welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. In the quiet stillness of the old lighthouse keeper's residence, the wooden steps sighed beneath each careful footfall as I made my way upward. The ancient stairs groaned softly, carrying me towards a destination whispered by the winds of time. Outside, the walls stood weathered and wise, cradling the haunting melody of the autumn breeze that hummed a lullaby of forgotten tales. Guided by my grandmother's letter, I wandered into a realm where reality danced with dreams, where the essence of the past lingered like a gentle caress. A symphony of scents enveloped me, the musty aroma of aged books, the tang of sea salt, and the earthy perfume of rain-kissed wood. Upon reaching the third-floor landing, my fingertips traced the delicate carvings on the mahogany banister, feeling the echoes of countless hands that had once sought solace in its embrace. The twilight cast through tall, arched windows painted the faded wallpaper with shadows that swirled in a silent ballet, a performance for the walls to remember. Nestled in my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter beckoned with its soft edges, a promise of secrets whispered in elegant script. "The tower holds secrets," her words murmured. "Whispers that invite, not frighten. Follow the leaning shadow when you are ready, dear one, and discover what others have forgotten." The topmost floor unveiled a circular chamber cloaked in perpetual twilight, where dust motes danced lazily in the amber light that filtered through the windows. Furniture stood with silent grace, a high-backed chair, a brass lamp on a small table, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments shrouded in mystery. But it was the tower itself that captured my gaze, its impossible lean defying the laws of physics against the darkening sky. Nestling into the embrace of a reading chair, the leather enveloped me as if anticipating my arrival, while the warm glow of the brass lamp barely illuminated the room's corners, leaving shadows to cradle me in their embrace. Below, the gentle creaks and settling of wood created a soothing rhythm, as if the very building exhaled in tranquil harmony. For 4 decades, my grandmother had dwelled within these walls, a keeper of the light and guardian of elusive enigmas. Locals whispered tales of lights flickering in the tower at odd hours, of ethereal music that wafted through the air, and of visitors departing with serene smiles concealing the secrets they had uncovered. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, a wondrous spectacle unfolded before me. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, moved in a mesmerizing dance across the floor, defying the laws of nature with its cryptic path. Rather than a mere silhouette, it seemed to reach out to objects in the room, caressing a silver box, brushing against an ancient compass, before finally resting on a nondescript section of paneling. Following my grandmother's guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned with a subtle seam, and with a gentle touch, a hidden passage revealed itself, spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. Ascending through the passage, guided by stones that emanated a soft glow, I encountered walls adorned with shifting scripts that danced just beyond my grasp. The tower's tilt grew more pronounced with each step, yet I maintained a serene balance, as if the slant was a natural part of the world's design. Emerging into the upper chamber, I beheld a space that transcended the tower's physical confines. Windows framed vistas of diverse realms, tranquil seas at sunset, star-strewn skies, and landscapes veiled in mystery. At the chamber's center stood a mesmerizing contraption, a fusion of astronomical wonder and musical enchantment. Its components gleamed in ethereal light, moving with a grace beyond mechanical explanation. Beside it lay a leather-bound notebook, penned with my grandmother's wisdom. "My dearest," her words whispered, "you have found the heart of it all. The tower awaits, a conduit to gentle mysteries that dwell in the spaces between moments, in the silence between heartbeats." Her instructions transcended the ordinary, guiding me to interact not with sight but with intuition, not with touch but with harmony. Night descended, unveiling the tower's purpose. The tilt, not a flaw but a deliberate design, harnessed the currents of time and possibility that flowed unseen. The enigmatic instrument translated these currents into experiences beyond measurement, moments that could only be felt and cherished. Hours melted into timeless fragments as I communed with the instrument, glimpsing echoes of the past and futures yet to unfold. With the dawn's approach, I retraced my steps down the spiral passage, re-entering the circular chamber as morning painted the sky in soft hues. The tower's shadow pointed west, heralding a new day, promising a return to its enigmatic dance with the night. Nestling back into the reading chair, I absorbed the weight of the night's revelations, the brass lamp's glow mingling with dawn's embrace. Seabirds' cries carried on the wind, a chorus of nature greeting the day, while the tower's walls whispered tales of ages past and yet to come. My grandmother's letter bore a new significance, an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower leaned towards the heavens, cradling mysteries and memories in its graceful tilt, beckoning me to witness, to learn, to add my chapter to its anthology of gentle secrets. As morning bathed the room in light, I lingered in the chair, attuned to the building's quiet breath, feeling time's dance through the tower's tilted spaces. More discoveries awaited, more understandings to unfold, but for now, being present in this realm where magic wove through reality was enough. In the whispering secrets of the tower, in the leaning embrace towards the sky, I found a sanctuary of wonder, where mysteries awaited not to be deciphered, but embraced with open hearts. And so the tower stood sentinel, gathering stories like stardust, sharing its secrets with those willing to listen, not just with ears, but with the depths of their souls. Story 2. The soft patter of raindrops against my window had transformed into a soothing melody in recent weeks, each droplet contributing to a gentle symphony that seemed to carry ancient whispers on its watery notes. My grandmother's house had always exuded an aura of enigmatic charm, but ever since I inherited it 3 months ago, I began noticing subtle shifts in its essence, as if the very walls were gradually unveiling their long-held secrets. Tonight, the rain cascaded down with tender grace, veiling the surroundings in a misty shroud that blurred the boundaries of reality. The weathered wooden floorboards sighed beneath my steps, their time-worn murmurs recounting tales of bygone eras. The air bore the familiar fragrance of aged books and lavender, a comforting blend that evoked memories of serene Sunday afternoons spent immersed in books in the library with my grandmother. My nightly ritual had evolved into a meditative practice, methodically inspecting each room before retiring for the night, ensuring all windows were tightly shut and all doors securely latched. The house possessed a size that felt expansive, yet retained an intimate ambiance. The warm amber glow emanating from vintage wall sconces cast inviting pools of light that danced across the wallpaper, conjuring shifting shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. As I neared the end of the upstairs corridor, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The air had grown heavier, carrying a faint metallic tang that hinted at an impending storm. The door to my grandmother's study loomed before me, its dark mahogany facade reflecting the dim light in a peculiar manner. Had it always stood so tall and imposing? The brass doorknob gleamed with an inner luminosity, defying the shadows enveloping it. Placing my hand on the familiar wooden surface, I felt the texture beneath my fingertips. Tonight, the grain seemed altered, more pronounced, as if the wood itself had stirred from a deep slumber. The door felt cooler than usual, almost icy to the touch, despite the warmth of the summer evening. Twisting the knob, I observed its smooth motion, unlike its usual slight resistance. With a soft whisper, the door swung open, revealing the study beyond. At first glance, the room appeared ordinary. The antique desk positioned beneath the window, bookshelves lining the walls, and the old leather armchair where my grandmother once sat. Yet, a subtle discordance lingered, akin to a painting hanging slightly askew. The shadows in the corners appeared denser than expected, more substantial. The familiar sense of old books and leather now carried an undertone of a delicate sweetness, reminiscent of night-blooming flowers. Stepping into the room, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight, their echoes lingering longer than usual. My grandmother's collection of antique books adorned the shelves, their spines weaving a tapestry of faded hues and gilded titles. However, in the dim light, the titles seemed to shift and morph when viewed peripherally. Drawn to a particular volume that stood out, its dark leather binding absorbing rather than reflecting the room's dim light, I reached for it. A subtle movement in the shadows behind the desk diverted my attention. The air chilled, carrying scents of damp earth and autumn leaves. The rain outside faded into silence, replaced by a profound stillness that pressed against my ears. The door behind me clicked shut, though my hand had not grazed it. Turning to glance, the door momentarily appeared altered, taller, ancient, etched with symbols that flowed like liquid. Yet upon blinking, it reverted to my grandmother's familiar study door, steadfast and recognizable. Redirecting my focus to the bookshelf, the dark volume I had sought was no longer present. My fingers grazed empty space where it once resided. The neighboring books seemed to lean inward, almost as if attempting to conceal the void. A whisper of movement brushed past my shoulder, carrying a faint trace of lavender, my grandmother's cherished scent. The room's ambiance shifted subtly, enveloping me in a more intimate, enclosed space. The windows, previously framing the rainy night, now reflected only impenetrable darkness, as if the external world had ceased to exist. However, this darkness did not evoke fear. It felt akin to a warm embrace, comforting and strangely familiar. Nestling into my grandmother's weathered leather armchair, its contours molding to my frame as though welcoming an old companion, I observed the shadows within the room assume purposeful movements, no longer mere random flickers. They appeared to inscribe something on the walls, a language too ancient for comprehension yet resonating with the heart. Time lost its grasp. Minutes or hours may have slipped away as I remained seated, observing the shadows pen their narratives. The darkness beyond the windows acquired a tactile quality, akin to velvet or silk, undulating with unseen currents. The air thickened with unspoken tales, with memories that could belong to me or to the dwelling itself. Occasionally, glimpses of movement flickered in the window's reflective surface, silhouettes hinting at human forms or entities of another nature. They moved with elegance and intent, akin to performers in a spectacle transcending mortal comprehension. The door retained its vigil, its significance swelling with each passing moment. It no longer appeared as a mere entrance to a study, but rather a gateway to elsewhere, a vast, ancient realm suffused with silent wisdom. The brass doorknob radiated an inner light pulsing slowly, resembling a heartbeat. As night deepened, the boundary between wakefulness and dream blurred. The shadows coalesced into intricate designs, conveying geometric precision and cosmic import. They glided across walls and floor like living entities, each motion deliberate and laden with meaning. The scent of lavender intensified, intermingled with other fragrances, evoking childhood recollections and unfamiliar locales. The darkness beyond the windows transmuted into an absolute void, yet it emanated an inner luminescence, akin to the depths of a lightless sea. Shapes stirred within, suggesting boundless possibilities and untold narratives. The rain's cadence altered, resembling a haunting melody more than mere weather, evoking a tune tinged with familiarity. I found myself upright, though the act of rising from the chair eluded my memory. The door beckoned, its surface now undulating like water, the wood grain shifting to unveil nested patterns. The brass doorknob throbbed with a welcoming glow. Reaching for it, I harbored no trepidation, only a profound sense of recognition, as if I had awaited this juncture without conscious knowledge. The door swung open noiselessly, revealing not the hallway beyond, but a space suffused with soft, shifting darkness. It was not a vacant obscurity, rather it teemed with potential and assurance. Whispers resounded from within, carrying fragments of familiar voices and half-remembered melodies. Lavender wafted through, mingling with the aroma of antique books and an essence reminiscent of starlight and distant reveries. Standing at the threshold, I sensed the gentle tug of the unknown. The darkness extended tendrils of shadow, not menacingly but invitingly, akin to the embrace of a long-lost loved one. Behind me, the study dimmed, its familiar features fading into the backdrop as the portal demanded more attention. Whether I traversed the threshold or lingered in the study, I cannot definitively assert. The demarcation between here and there, between now and then, blurred akin to the patterns in the wood grain. The door persisted, simultaneously open and shut, present and absent, a conduit to realms transcending ordinary comprehension. Even now, during tranquil rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that door. At times it stands as a tangible gateway to my grandmother's study. Yet, in the depths of nocturnal hours, when shadows waltz and the air saturates with memories, it evolves into something more, a portal to eternal twilight, an aperture bridging actuality and possibility. The darkness beyond the door awaits patiently, eternal and immutable, neither malevolent nor benevolent, merely existing as it always has. Within that darkness, within that expanse of limitless potential, perhaps my grandmother lingers in her leather armchair, engrossed in tales lacking conclusions, encircled by shadows harboring the wisdom of eons past and eons yet to dawn. The rain persists, its gentle serenade a reminder that certain enigmas are meant to be encountered rather than unraveled. The door endures, both an entreaty and an enigma, leading to a darkness that may just herald another form of illumination. Story 3. In the hush of an autumn night, a soft murmur carried the delicate echo of distant bells through my window. Their ethereal melody lingered on the cusp of consciousness, barely there yet undeniable. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a whimsical dance of the wind among the ancient oak trees encircling my grandmother's Victorian home. The grandfather clock in the hallway marked just past midnight, its rhythmic ticking a steady anchor amidst the enigmatic chimes that floated in the air like whispers from another realm. Having inherited the estate a mere 3 weeks prior, each night unraveled new layers of its essence and enigma. The creaking floorboards sang a peculiar tune, shadows waltzed across the walls with the passing clouds, and now these elusive bells, as gentle as moonlight, spun into sound. Rising from bed, I enveloped myself in my grandmother's worn cashmere shawl, the scent of lavender and memories woven into its fibers. The house felt transformed under the cloak of night, vibrant and sentient, shedding its daytime guise in favor of a nocturnal allure. Silently padding across the plush oriental carpets, I gravitated towards the window, drawn by the ethereal toll of the mysterious bells. Below, the garden lay bathed in a silvery glow, dew-kissed petals shimmering like scattered jewels in the moonlight. The ancient fountain at its heart stood in solemn silence, its stone cherub poised in eternal song, seemingly attuned to the nocturnal symphony. The bell's melody rang out once more, clearer now, evoking a sense of déjà vu, akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood's dawn. Although my grandmother shared countless stories of the house during our twilight tea sessions, the bells remained a silent enigma, their origin shrouded in mystery, as impenetrable as morning mist. Nestling into the window seat, I watched as tendrils of fog crept through the garden, suffusing the air with the heady fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, intermingling with the earthy scent of autumn verdure. The bell's chimes intertwined with the mist, like silver threads in an ancient tapestry, weaving a tale untold. An inkling stirred within me, leading me to the library below, where my grandmother's historical tomes awaited. Moonbeams filtered through towering windows, casting elongated shadows amidst the shelves of knowledge. My fingers trailed along the aged leather spines until they alighted upon the section of local lore, each volume a portal to bygone eras. Extracting a tome, a faded parchment fluttered to the floor, bearing my grandmother's elegant script detailing the phantom bells that once pealed in a vanished chapel on the estate, resonating on nights of thinning veils. The chapel, now buried beneath the garden's blooms, had been a repository for spectral chimes that endured beyond its physical demise. As the bell's tender notes beckoned, the mist outside thickened, painting the garden in an otherworldly hue, where reality and illusion intertwined. A vision flickered before me, a spectral chapel rising from the mist, its bell tower reaching towards the starlit sky, only to dissolve upon a blink, leaving the garden serene beneath the lunar gaze. Retreating to my room, my grandmother's note in hand, I found solace in its ancient wisdom. The bells continued their nocturnal serenade, their resonance now akin to a lullaby, soothing rather than mystifying. Some mysteries, I realized, were destined to elude comprehension, residing in the twilight realm between wakefulness and dreams. As I drifted into slumber, cocooned in familial reminiscences and the embrace of aged wool, the spectral bells melded with the house's heartbeat, a timeless rhythm that connected past and present. In that ephemeral juncture between consciousness and reverie, I comprehended the essence of my grandmother's silence regarding the bells. Some truths transcend words, existing in the realm of sentiment and sensation. The bells continue to toll on certain nights, their ethereal melody weaving tales of yore, of love and loss, of the eternal waltz of time. Preferring to savor the mystery encapsulated in that single note, I embrace the notion that some enigmas are meant to be felt, not unraveled, experienced, not explicated. Thus, I listen, akin to my grandmother before me, to the mellifluous cadence of bells that straddle the threshold between memory and mystery, their music a poignant reminder that life's most exquisite marvels reside in the interstices of knowledge and imagination. Story 4. The soft patter of rain against my windshield created a gentle lullaby as I navigated the autumn evening. The worn wipers swayed in a hypnotic rhythm, whisking away the fragile droplets that gathered like pearls. My headlights cast a soft glow through the encroaching darkness, the light diffused by the light drizzle that had been my companion for hours. Though the road was familiar, tonight it held a peculiar charm. The usual path home had transformed into an ethereal realm, with wisps of mist spiraling from the earth and twining through the ancient trees lining the narrow road. The fog crept forth like spectral tendrils, stretching towards the darkening sky as I neared the old wooden bridge that marked the midpoint of my journey. Weathered by countless seasons, the bridge stood stoic, its planks smoothed by the passage of time and vehicles. As I drew closer, the mist thickened around the bridge, as if drawn to its aged structure. The sound of my tires shifted as they met the wooden planks, creating a muffled, echoing beat that resonated through the quiet night. My headlights pierced the swirling mist, unveiling a mesmerizing dance of shifting shapes and shadows. Through the passenger window, I glimpsed the black, mirror-like surface of the creek below, the water reflecting the fading light. A strange impulse urged me to slow down midway across the bridge. Was it the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to a breath than a breeze, or the mysterious play of light defying logic? The drumming of my tires slowed to a hush, eventually halting as I paused in the center of the bridge. With the engine purring softly, I became attuned to a symphony of subtle sounds. The murmuring of the water below, the gentle tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else, a whisper just beyond perception. Opening the window slightly, a complex fragrance wafted into the car. Damp wood, fallen leaves, and an ancient nostalgic essence reminiscent of forgotten attics and abandoned chambers. The mist curled inquisitively through the crack, carrying with it that almost audible, nearly discernible voice. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I beheld a wall of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge appeared to stretch endlessly into the mist, its familiar length now uncertain. Observing the fog above the creek moving against the wind in deliberate spirals, a shape materialized to my right, visible through the passenger window. A figure, or perhaps a denser patch of mist caught in a swirl, extended a hand towards my car, its form blurred like a watercolor painting left in the rain. The radio, previously emitting soft music at a low volume, began to scan through stations autonomously. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted by, the digital display flickering in a pattern that almost seemed recognizable. Time flowed like the mist outside, its passage elusive as I sat there, entranced by the swirling fog and the enigmatic whispers. Each glance at my watch revealed perplexing times, while the pulsing numbers on my dashboard seemed to distort seconds into stretches that felt too long or too brief. A gentle tap on my driver's side window broke the reverie. Startled, I turned to see the fog pressed against the glass, forming a semblance of a face, or perhaps a trick of light and water droplets that dissolved as I tried to focus on it. For a fleeting moment, the whispers sharpened into near coherence, hinting at familiar yet elusive conversations, laden with meaning just out of reach, like a fading dream upon awakening. Slowly I resumed driving, the wooden planks beneath me resuming their quiet symphony. As I reached the far side, the fog began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its grip on my car. In the rearview mirror, the bridge vanished into the mist, which pulsed softly, akin to a tranquil breath. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio persisted in its erratic behavior, playing fragments of songs that teased recognition. Upon parking in my driveway, a peculiar sight greeted me on the passenger seat. A perfect round puddle of water, its origin a mystery. That night, as rain continued its soothing serenade, thoughts of the bridge and its mysterious fog lingered in my mind. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, tantalizingly close to comprehension. Almost, but not quite. A mystery best left unsolved. Whenever I traverse that bridge in the fog, a subtle tug beckons me to pause and listen to those elusive whispers once more. Sometimes I heed the call, sometimes I do not. Yet, more often than not, the small round puddle reappears on my passenger seat, a silent reminder that some enigmas are meant to remain shrouded in the air, like mist over dark waters. Story 5. The soft patter of rain against weathered stone created a gentle symphony as I stood by the ancient well in my grandmother's garden. The brick structure, aged by time, exuded a mysterious aura, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the warm lantern's glow in my hand. The evening breeze carried the earthy scent of rain-drenched soil and climbing roses, their fragrance intensified by the summer shower. It had been only a week since I inherited this old house, following my grandmother's peaceful passing in her sleep. The property now felt different, not devoid, but imbued with a new presence, a different kind of energy. The rain cascaded in a rhythmic dance, forming small rivulets that meandered down the well's worn surface. Normally sealed by a heavy wooden lid, tonight something beckoned me towards it. Perhaps it was the peculiar way the raindrops echoed as they descended into its depths, or maybe it was the eerie silver light that seemed to seep through the slats of the cover. Drawn by an unseen force, I approached. The sweet aroma of roses gave way to an ancient scent, the mineral essence of subterranean water and aged stone. My fingertips grazed the rough wood, tracing each groove and imperfection etched by years gone by. The cover felt cool and slightly damp under my touch. A soft whisper of wind rustled the climbing roses, their thorny tendrils casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a gentle push, I lifted the ancient lid. To my surprise, it moved with ease, as if welcoming my touch. The well's opening revealed the night sky, and I peered inside, holding the lantern over the rim. The light illuminated countless droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into twinkling stars that pulsed with an inner radiance. And then I heard it, a faint sound, almost imperceptible. A whispered melody rose from the darkness, akin to a lullaby sung from a distant realm. The voice held no gender, no age, but encompassed all at once. It spoke of ancient lore, of secrets entwined in stone and water, of memories enshrined in the cool depths below. Entranced, I settled beside the well, listening intently. The rain persisted in its gentle percussion on the garden stones, providing a soothing backdrop to the enigmatic song. Time seemed to stretch, like honey slowly trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. My grandmother had shared tales of this well, stories passed down through generations, yet she had never mentioned the singing. As I focused on the melody, words began to form within it, elusive and ever-shifting before I could grasp their meaning. They resembled the lullabies my grandmother used to hum, infused with an otherworldly quality that tingled my skin with delight. The voice enveloped me like a comforting embrace, despite its unfamiliarity. The rain gradually subsided, evolving from a steady downpour to a soft mist. In the deepening hush, the well's song grew clearer. It narrated of verdant life thriving in darkness, of subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blooming like flowers in concealed grottos. Though in an unfamiliar tongue, I comprehended the essence of the words, akin to understanding music without translation. The flame of my lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows on the well's interior walls. Amidst these shadows, shapes seemed to materialize, forms moving with fluid grace, reminiscent of underwater dancers. They materialized and vanished in fleeting moments, leaving me uncertain of what I truly witnessed, their motions synchronizing with the song's rhythm. Time blurred, hours melding into minutes or vice versa. Beside this ancient well with its enigmatic tunes and secrets, time held a different meaning. The voice persisted in its melodic whispers, at times seeming to emanate from below, at others vibrating from the very stones themselves. A cool zephyr stirred the garden, carrying the fragrance of moist leaves and nocturnal blossoms. The climbing roses swayed gently, crafting shifting patterns in the lantern's glow. The well's voice seemed to harmonize with this natural symphony, its melody ebbing and flowing like water around stones. Lost in the hypnotic blend of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced. I envisioned her nurturing these gardens, her touch gentle as she tended to the roses. She often paused to rest by this very well, her countenance serene as she gazed into its depths. Had she too heard these voices? On similar rainy nights, had she sat here captivated by their age-old melodies? The notion brought a comforting warmth, bridging a connection across time between her experiences and mine. Perhaps she comprehended what I was only beginning to grasp, that certain places harbor mysteries not meant for solving but for experiencing. The voice waned as the night deepened, each note fainter than the last, yet it didn't feel like an end, more like a gentle retreat, akin to a parent quietly exiting a child's room after singing them to sleep. Lingering in the air, the last notes intertwined with the perfume of rain-kissed roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as the mist enveloped my lantern's light in halos. The stones glistened with moisture, and tiny droplets continued to descend from the rose petals, each capturing the light like a fallen star. The well's melody had completely dissolved, yet its echo lingered in my mind, a tune just beyond the threshold of memory. Rising to return to the house, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, a deeper connection to this abode now my own. I left the well uncovered, an intuition suggesting it required air, necessitated to exchange its ancient songs with the nocturnal breeze. I let it bask under the stars, acknowledging that its enigmas awaited me on another rainy night. Indoors, the gentle patter of rain persisted, now carrying traces of that otherworldly melody. As I readied for slumber, the realization dawned upon me. I had unearthed a wisdom my grandmother had long understood. The most profound mysteries often exist without explanation, to be embraced like music in the shadows, like whispers from deep wells, like memories surfacing in the solace of night. That night, my dreams wove tales of subterranean rivers and crystal gardens, of roses blossoming in obscurity, and of melodies devoid of origin or conclusion. At daybreak, sunlight streamed through my window, and the well stood silent in the garden. Yet now I held its secret close. On certain nights, when rain falls just so, and roses scent the air, ancient voices still serenade their timeless tunes to those patient enough to listen. Story 6. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes serenaded my grandmother's ancient house, weaving a soothing, rhythmic lullaby. Just a fortnight ago, I had inherited the sprawling Victorian mansion, with its creaking floorboards and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet, in the solitude of its halls, a subtle shift in the atmosphere lingered, a whisper of something unseen but palpable. As I wandered through the familiar corridors, my bare feet brushing against the weathered hardwood floors, a sense of tranquility enveloped me. The evening unfolded with a certain grace as I ascended the stairs, cradling a cup of chamomile tea radiating warmth. The amber light from an antique brass lamp cast flickering shadows that danced across the walls, breathing life into the stillness of the house. It seemed to pulse in harmony with the weather, its very essence expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the rain. Every step I took elicited a soft murmur from the stairs, akin to hushed conversations between old confidants. Upon reaching the second floor, a peculiar fragrance beckoned me, a blend of aged books, dried lavender, and a mysterious undertone that eluded definition. It evoked the sensation of a summer storm on the horizon, pregnant with anticipation and untold possibilities. Intrigued by the scent, I found myself drawn to the guest bedroom at the far end of the hallway, a room seldom ventured into even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to spill out, distinct from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, it emitted a low, melodious sigh, as if unveiling a long-held secret. The room bore a resemblance to my memories. The faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet an undeniable alteration hung in the air. Raising my gaze, a gasp caught in my throat. The ceiling, once plain eggshell white, now stretched infinitely upward, a mesmerizing sight rather than a daunting one. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of ethereal mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns. The silvery light that emanated from this enigmatic expanse cast soft shadows that undulated like aquatic flora in a gentle current. Settling into a worn wingback chair by the window, I found my tea forgotten in my hands as I became transfixed by the spectacle above. With each passing moment, intricate details emerged within the boundless space overhead. At times, twinkling stars seemed to peek through the mist, while shapes materialized and dispersed, perhaps birds in flight, or leaves carried by an invisible breeze. The rain outside continued its melodic symphony, assuming new dimensions within the confines of the room. Each raindrop created ripples in the air, stirring the mist in mesmerizing patterns. The scent of lavender intertwined with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers, weaving a tapestry of fragrances that filled the room. Time lost its grip on me as I sat there, adrift in the timeless dance of the ceiling. Minutes melded into hours as I observed the gentle ebb and flow above. Occasionally, Distant wind chimes seemed to echo, though no such adornments adorned the window. The ethereal sound ebbed and flowed, akin to a distant melody carried on the wind. Recollections of my grandmother's musings on the secrets held by houses drifted through my thoughts. She spoke of memories and dreams woven into the very fabric of homes, much like threads in a tapestry. Did she know of this room? Had she too witnessed the ever-changing ceiling, beholding its mysteries in solitude? As night deepened, the patterns above began to coalesce into what appeared to be writing, symbols of an unfamiliar language imbued with cryptic significance. They materialized slowly, lingered briefly, then dissipated into the mist, only to be replaced by new symbols. The room exuded a serene aura, yet an undeniable presence seemed to permeate the space, as if it were sentient in its own silent way. Not menacing or overbearing, but akin to the ambience of an ancient library or a timeless garden. I might have drifted into slumber at some point, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence and the hypnotic allure of the ceiling. Upon awakening, sunlight bathed the room in a rosy hue, filtering through the burgundy curtains. The ceiling had reverted to its familiar eggshell white, devoid of the ethereal mist that had captivated me the night before. My tea sat cold on the table, a mere memory of the night's reverie. Rising from the chair, a sense of renewal coursed through me, as though I had awakened from a profound rest. Before departing the room, a sight caught my eye, a solitary dried lavender sprig delicately placed on the dresser. Its fragrance bloomed anew as I lifted it, identical to the scent that had enveloped the room in secrecy. Occasionally, on rainy nights, I find myself drawn back to that room. The infinite ceiling reveals itself selectively, choosing its moments like a shy companion waiting for the perfect alignment of circumstances. I have learned not to anticipate or coerce its presence, but rather to embrace the enigma it embodies. It serves as a reminder that even the most familiar spaces harbor boundless wonders. Some nights, I discern a semblance of understanding in the mist's cryptic symbols. Other nights, I content myself with observing their graceful dance. Yet always, an aura of tranquility pervades the room, as if the infinite ceiling imparts a hidden truth decipherable only in the language of dreams and rain. My grandmother's words echo in my mind during these encounters, prompting reflections on the untold stories harbored within the walls. Perhaps she possessed knowledge beyond spoken words. Perhaps this room, with its endless expanse and enigmatic presence, serves as the conduit for the house's accumulated memories and dreams, shared with me one rainy night at a time. I have divulged the secret of the room with the infinite ceiling to none. Some mysteries, I believe, are meant to be experienced rather than elucidated. Yet on quiet evenings, when rain taps against the panes and the air carries the fragrance of lavender and potential, I find solace in the knowledge that above me, in that limitless space, the mist continues its eternal ballet, inscribing tales in a language only dreams comprehend. Story 7. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the trees as I strolled along the twisting path leading to my grandmother's aged Victorian home. The worn wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, a familiar melody from countless childhood visits. On this particular evening, the porch lanterns, usually aglow with a warm golden light, stood ominously dark, reflecting only the moon's pale beams. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's peaceful passing, leaving me the sole heir to this historic house. Each evening, like clockwork, I would light the 12 antique lanterns at dusk, a tradition passed down through generations. This nightly ritual served as a tether to my grandmother's spirit, a way to keep her memory alive in the walls filled with echoes of the past. But tonight felt different. The air held a heavy stillness, saturated with the scent of rain-soaked earth and ancient wood. As I reached for my keys, my fingers brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the very same one my grandmother had used for years, its surface worn smooth with time. The foyer enveloped me in a comforting embrace of lavender and old books, fragrances my grandmother had carefully curated over the years. The sound of my footsteps on the hardwood floors reverberated softly as I made my way through the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that cast a soothing amber light on the Victorian wallpaper. Commencing my evening ritual, I approached the first lantern by the front door. The brass lighter clicked, but to my surprise, the wick remained unlit despite my attempts. Moving to the next lantern, I encountered the same resistance. The flame seemed to be repelled by the wick. A cool breeze stirred the ivy on the porch, casting dancing shadows on the wooden boards. The moon ascended higher, casting intricate patterns through the leaves that seemed to shift and dance of their own accord. One by one, each lantern resisted my efforts to ignite them, shrouding the porch in darkness. The brass lighter, which had never faltered before, worked flawlessly when tested on a candle from inside, the flame strong and unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking drifted through an open window, marking the passage of time. Yet this evening felt detached from the normal flow of hours, as if the darkness of the lanterns had frozen time itself. Recollections of my grandmother's stories about the lanterns flooded my mind. She had shared tales of their ancient lineage, handcrafted by our ancestors. One story in particular surfaced, hinting at nights when the lanterns refused to light on significant occasions. Settling into the porch swing, I let its rhythmic creaking meld with the nocturnal symphony. The air grew cooler, carrying the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl's soft call blended with the rustling leaves. Amidst the darkness of the unlit lanterns, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Thin silver threads, barely visible in the moonlight, linked each lantern together in a delicate web. These ethereal strands flickered like spider silk catching the light, forming a mesmerizing connection between the 12 lanterns. With each chime of the grandfather clock at midnight, the silver threads grew more defined, weaving a luminous circle that encased the porch. Within this radiant circle, the air felt charged with energy, carrying the familiar scent of lavender, reminiscent of my grandmother's presence. The porch swing shifted subtly, as if a phantom had taken a seat beside me. Motionless, I observed the pulsating silver threads, revealing shadowy figures that danced between the lanterns. Though nebulous, these silhouettes held a sense of familiarity, stirring a deep, unspoken recognition within me. As the night unfolded, I realized that these lanterns were more than mere light sources. They were custodians of memories, guardians of our family's history. Their refusal to illuminate was not a malfunction, but an invitation to a deeper truth. Time slipped away as I sat enveloped in the nocturnal serenade, the shadows whispering tales of bygone eras. With the first light of dawn, the silver threads dissolved, vanishing with the morning haze. When I finally stood, my grandmother's brass lighter felt warm in my hand. Testing it once more, the first lantern ignited effortlessly, casting a steady glow. One by one, I kindled the remaining lanterns, completing the morning ritual. The light now held more than mere illumination. It carried the essence of those who had tended to these lanterns before me. Their stories lingered in the interplay of shadow and light, awaiting nights of revelation. The circle of darkened lanterns became my cherished secret, a reminder that some truths can only be discerned in the absence of light. On quiet evenings, I sit on the porch swing, gazing at the lantern's golden radiance, contemplating the enigmatic dance of shadows. Darkness, I learned, is not void, but a vessel for narratives that unfold in the silent language of twilight. Story 8. In the quiet embrace of my grandmother's old rocking chair, the rain whispered a soothing lullaby against the window, painting the room with a delicate rhythm. The leather-bound journal cradled in my lap held a secret weight, a treasure trove of mysteries unearthed from her attic after her passing. As I traced my fingers over its weathered cover, a a sense of anticipation fluttered in my chest. Within those pages lay her account of a peculiar autumn, penned in her familiar flowing script. The rain outside seemed to dance in harmony with her words, beckoning me to delve into her story, to unravel its enigmatic charm. "My dearest journal," she began, her voice echoing through time. The morning mist clung to the village streets like a whispered secret as she arrived, the air crisp with autumn's chill, carrying the essence of fallen leaves and wood smoke. But there was an absence that lingered, a subtle anomaly that tugged at her senses. Walking down the cobblestone path, she noticed it, the missing shadows. Where darkness should have caressed the ground, there was only emptiness, a void that defied the natural order of things. The villagers moved with a serene grace, unfazed by this curious phenomenon. The baker arranged his loaves with precision, children trod to school in silent harmony, and an elderly man swept his steps with a sense of tranquility. Their world was devoid of shadows, yet they thrived in its ethereal lightness, a dreamlike existence that captivated her curious gaze. Settling into her temporary home with Aunt Margaret, a woman of bonds deeper than blood, my grandmother embraced the Victorian elegance of the house on the village's edge. Cinnamon and old books permeated the air, casting a warm glow over the shadowless furniture that seemed to float, detached from the rules of reality. Aunt Margaret spoke of the shadow's departure, a choice made generations ago, shrouded in mystery and whispered tales of a world beyond perception. As days unfolded like delicate petals, revealing the village's hidden wonders, my grandmother's eyes were opened to a realm untouched by shadows. Birds sang ethereal melodies, flowers bloomed with an otherworldly luminescence, and time itself flowed in a languid dance, unhurried and golden. The villagers, adept at living in this shadowless world, crafted art that played with light in mesmerizing ways, a testament to their adaptability and creativity. In the heart of winter, as snow draped the landscape in a luminous blanket, my grandmother found solace in the village's gentle embrace. Each snowflake shimmered like a tiny mirror, reflecting a world untouched by darkness, a realm of pure beauty and tranquility. The baker's bread glowed softly, the children's games danced with light, and the elderly man's broom whispered secrets of starlit dust. On her final night in the village, under a sky ablaze with celestial wonders, my grandmother shared a quiet moment with Aunt Margaret. Moonlit tea warmed their hands as they pondered the ephemeral nature of their shared experience. "Will you write about us?" Aunt Margaret asked, her voice a soft murmur in the night. "Yes," my grandmother replied, "but some stories are meant to be felt, not merely believed." As she closed the journal, a sense of peace settled within her, a memory of a place where shadows dared not tread. The rain outside continued its gentle serenade, and in the reflection on the glass, a fleeting image caught her eye, her own shadow, hesitating as if caught in the balance between staying and departing. With a sigh, she let the journal rest, enveloped in the whispers of her grandmother's tale, wondering if, in a village untouched by shadows, the echoes of her story still danced in the light. Story 9. The soft patter of rain against my window had been a gentle companion throughout the long hours, its soothing rhythm intertwining with the distant hum that had lured me to this secluded cabin, the enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a warm woolen blanket, I found myself entranced by the harmonious tune that seemed to waft through the misty night air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, their tales filled with awe rather than caution. They shared stories of how the melody changed with the phases of the moon, how it whispered ancient secrets to those who listened with intent. Initially, I had regarded their narratives with a polite smile, dismissing them as mere folklore to attract curious wanderers like myself. Yet, after 3 nights spent in the cabin, I began to grasp the depth of their reverence. The rain continued its gentle lullaby against the wooden walls, creating a serene backdrop to my contemplation. A crackling fire cast flickering shadows that danced upon the rugged wooden floor, while the fragrance of pine and damp earth drifted in through the slightly ajar window, carrying the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight there was a shift in the waterfall's melody. The usual gentle notes now held a whisper of words, as if trying to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery murmurs that floated on the night breeze. The nearly full moon occasionally peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, casting silvery beams that played across the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I noticed the shadows shifting and moving in an uncanny rhythm that defied the fire's dance. They pulsed in sync with the waterfall's song, forming elusive patterns that eluded my understanding. Beside me, my weathered journal lay open, its pages filled with attempts to capture the essence of the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I transcribed seemed to alter subtly, as if the song itself was evolving or unveiling new facets of its essence. Tonight's page remained blank, for I was too captivated by the current variation to put pen to paper. The room's temperature began to gradually drop, despite the crackling fire. The chill in the air was not menacing, but rather invigorating, akin to the fresh embrace of a spring morning. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window panes like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, vague shapes seemed to materialize. Faces, symbols, or fragments of some ancient script. As midnight drew near, heralded by the soft chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, the waterfall's melody reached a new level of clarity. The tune seemed to weave itself into words just beyond my comprehension, a language reminiscent of forgotten dreams. The mist outside took on a subtle luminosity, casting a pearly glow through the windows. Almost involuntarily, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping noiselessly to the floor, drawn by an irresistible urge to immerse myself in the waterfall's song. The wooden floor hummed faintly beneath my feet, echoing the cascading water's rhythm. Through the misted glass, I glimpsed the path leading to the waterfall, usually shrouded in darkness at this late hour, now bathed in a faint phosphorescent light. Small silvery lights, akin to ethereal fireflies, danced along the path, moving in perfect harmony with the melody. The rain had turned into a gentle drizzle, each droplet capturing and reflecting the mysterious light like miniature prisms. The very air seemed to resonate with the song, the waterfall's melody permeating every droplet suspended in the night's embrace. The effect was mesmerizing, yet not unsettling. It filled me with a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and profound. Without conscious volition, I fetched my coat and boots, the wooden floor's gentle hum guiding me through the cabin to prepare for a midnight stroll. Though my rational mind questioned the wisdom of venturing to a waterfall in the dead of night, there was no sense of peril or compulsion, but rather a polite invitation that beckoned me forth. Stepping onto the small porch, the song enveloped me completely. The mist swirled around my ankles, its touch delicate as silk against my skin. The luminescent path stretched like a ribbon of starlight, leading into the forest, each step feeling as natural as breathing, as though following a long-forgotten path rediscovered in this moment. The nocturnal forest, typically shrouded in darkness and mystery, now resembled an enchanted garden. The trees leaned slightly away from the path, their boughs swaying in perfect accord with the waterfall's melody. Droplets fell from the leaves like musical notes, adding their gentle percussion to the symphony that enveloped me. Drawing nearer to the waterfall, the melody did not intensify in volume, but rather deepened in resonance. It seemed to reverberate through my very core, a comforting sensation rather than a disquieting one. The mist thickened, and within its swirling patterns, scenes began to unfold, memories not my own, fleeting glimpses of unknown places. Gradually, The waterfall materialized through the glowing mist, unveiled piece by piece. The water cascaded in slow motion, each droplet capturing and holding the mysterious light like suspended jewels. The pool at its base reflected not the night sky, but an alternate firmament, adorned with unfamiliar stars arranged in impossible configurations. Standing at the pool's edge, I watched the water's eternal dance, the song reaching its pinnacle of clarity. Though the words remained just beyond my grasp, their essence resonated deep within my soul. They spoke of time and remembrance, of cycles and seasons, of things lost and rediscovered. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting moment, figures appeared to dance within the falling water. Not spectral entities, but something more elemental, akin to the physical embodiment of music itself. Graceful and ephemeral, their forms shifted between water, light, and shadow with a fluid elegance. Time seemed to lose its hold as I stood there, witnessing the ethereal ballet of water and light. The moon completed its nocturnal journey, its passage unnoticed amidst the enchantment that surrounded me. The rain had ceased entirely, yet the air remained thick with mist and mystery. As the first light of dawn tinged the eastern horizon, the waterfall's song began to shift, its melody softening like a fading lullaby. The luminescent mist started to dissipate, the mysterious lights along the path dimming gradually. Guided by the dwindling lights and the lingering echoes of the song, I retraced my steps back to the cabin. Each footfall felt weightless, as if traversing the realm of dreams, though I knew with certainty that every experience had been real, or as real as anything could be in this enigmatic place. Inside the cabin, my journal lay open to the blank page. Taking up the pen, I began to write, not the musical notes I had intended, but a detailed account of all I had witnessed, every sensation, every emotion, every enigmatic vision, and half-glimpsed whisper. As the final words flowed from my pen, the sun's first rays filtered through the window. The fire had dwindled to embers, the room returning to its former state. Everything appeared unchanged, yet somehow fundamentally transformed by my midnight odyssey. Each night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never again achieves the crystalline clarity of that singular evening. On occasion, under a full moon and gentle rain, I catch fleeting glimpses of that mysterious luminescence, hints of those impossible figures dancing in the falling water. The mist occasionally weaves patterns that almost make sense, and the path at times seems to glow faintly in the darkness. But the true nature of that night's revelations, like the essence of the waterfall's song, remains as elusive as ever. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and cherished for their very inscrutability. And so I linger here, attuned to the water's song each night, filling my journal with musings, pondering what other enigmas lie hidden within the melody of cascading water and the dance of light through mist. Story 10. The soft murmur of autumn leaves pirouetting along the wooden porch accompanied my nightly tea ritual. Wisps of steam lazily ascended from my cup, carrying the gentle essence of chamomile and honey. The aged house whispered around me, its familiar creaks a blanket of solace in the deepening night. It was then that the moon caught my eye, hanging low and full in the sky, its glow holding a curious allure. The silver light seemed to pulse faintly, akin to a distant heartbeat. Intrigued, I found myself entranced by its rhythm, my breath falling into sync with its delicate cadence. The world grew hushed, unnaturally so. The rustling leaves stilled, the crickets silenced. In that profound silence, a mysterious sound emerged, a whisper so faint it could be mistaken for a figment of imagination, yet so distinct it defied dismissal. It was a melody without notes, a song without sound, emanating from the very core of the moon. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat spellbound by this ethereal spectacle. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, cascading like strands of silver silk descending from the heavens. These ethereal threads swayed in an unseen breeze, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages just beyond grasp. Inside the house, shadows began to waltz. Not the usual play of darkness under passing clouds, but purposeful, graceful movements following the silent beat. The shadows elongated and twirled along the walls, forming shapes resembling humans, yet not quite. They moved with a fluid elegance surpassing earthly dancers. I found myself on my feet, though the memory of rising eluded me. The wooden floor hummed beneath me, a subtle vibration coursing through my being. The air chilled slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet no fear crept in, only a profound sense of awe and tranquility. The moonlight continued its rhythmic pulse, each wave shifting the world ever so subtly. Colors intensified, yet softened. The wooden wall's grain undulated like liquid, the very atmosphere shimmered with specks of silver light. Time lost meaning, minutes stretched into hours, hours condensed into moments. Somewhere within the house, a clock tolled midnight, its chime distorted, elongated, as if echoing from beneath the waves. With each toll, the moon's silent melody grew more insistent, more compelling. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, intricate and defined. Faces almost materialized within their shifting forms, expressions mirroring my own inexplicable calm. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming flowers foreign to my garden. It enveloped me, lifting my hair and garments in a tender caress. The moonlight responded, weaving its silver strands through the air in complex patterns evading my gaze. Bathed in this impossible light, a realization dawned, or perhaps a recollection of something long forgotten. The moon's silent song spoke of ancient enigmas, of realms existing between breaths, of dimensions brushing against ours like silk against skin. It murmured of nights when the boundary between reality and possibility thins to a touchable veil. The shadows continued their invitation, beckoning me to join their dance. My feet moved of their own accord, following steps to a rhythm I had not learned but knew intimately. The moonlight draped around me like a cloak, and for a fleeting, breathtaking moment, I felt weightless, as if I could glide off the porch and tread upon the silvered light itself. Slowly, almost regretfully, the intensity waned. The shadows returned to their still forms. The moonlight faded to its usual brilliance. The silent melody retreated, leaving an echo resonating within my bones. Seated once more in my chair, my tea now ice cold, the night had reverted to its normalcy. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the old house crooned its familiar lullaby. Yet a fundamental shift had occurred, irreversible and profound. I understood then that the moon would forever hold a different allure, its mysteries lingering in the edges of my consciousness. On serene nights with the full moon casting its glow, I linger on the porch, awaiting. Occasionally, in the quietude, if I remain utterly still and patient, I catch a whisper of that silent melody, glimpse a shimmer of silver strands in the air, and the shadows, oh, the shadows, they remember the dance, a memory etched in their essence. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some mysteries are meant to dwell just beyond our comprehension, residing in the exquisite realm between reality and reverie. Perhaps that is their rightful place, in that twilight where the moon croons its silent song and shadows sway to melodies only the soul can perceive. In that space, in that moment of wonder and potential, lies a tranquility transcending explanation, a magic that transcends language. I still partake in my evening tea on the porch, observing as the moon ascends over the horizon. And sometimes, just sometimes, when the night holds its breath and my mind is a serene pool, I sense the faint pulse of silver light, akin to a distant heart calling me to a dance I may never wholly comprehend, but will forever cherish. Story 11. The soft patter of raindrops on ancient stone set a tranquil cadence as I stood at the mouth of the timeless cave, my lantern casting a warm aura on the weathered walls. The air carried the earthy aroma of damp moss and mineral-laden water, a pure scent redolent of eons unmarred by human touch. As a geologist, I had traversed myriad caves, yet this one felt distinct, more personal, as if the very rock resonated in harmony with my presence. My steps reverberated softly as I ventured deeper into the grotto, each footfall accompanied by the gentle splash of droplets trickling from overhead stalactites. The limestone formations captured my lantern's glow, conjuring flickering shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. At times, I paused to trail my fingertips along the cool, damp surface, discerning the subtle textures that narrated tales of geological epochs stretching across millennia. The passage gradually widened into a chamber where the ceiling soared beyond reach of my lantern's light. The expanse resonated with the melodious drip of water into small pools, each droplet contributing to a natural symphony that reverberated through the chamber. Advancing further, my boots left faint imprints in the fine silt carpeting the floor. It was then that I noticed an anomaly, other footprints in the silt, distinct from my own. These prints were dainty, delicate, appearing and vanishing at random intervals, as if their creator had pirouetted through the chamber. Fresh they seemed, yet no recent visitors had marked the cave entrance, and the remote locale precluded casual exploration. The air chilled as I pursued the enigmatic footprints deeper into the cave network. The rain's song outside had dwindled to a mere whisper, supplanted by the soft drip of water and something else, a presence that caused me to halt, holding my breath to discern the sound. Faint but unmistakable, the muted echo of footsteps, perpetually just around the bend. Pressing on, my intrigue eclipsed any trepidation. The cave's passages wove intricate patterns, adorned with fragile mineral formations that sparkled like celestial bodies in my lantern's glow. The footprints I trailed seemed to navigate effortlessly, never hesitating at the myriad intersections we traversed. Hours flowed like a gentle stream as I journeyed, though my timepiece insisted a mere 45 minutes had elapsed since my entry. The temperature stabilized, the air imbued with a sweet, mineral tang reminiscent of spring water. Occasionally, movement flickered in my peripheral vision, yet each glance revealed only the gentle sway of shadows cast by my lantern. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm mirroring my heartbeat, yet an oddity lingered in their sound. From above they seemed to emanate, not ahead. Raising my lantern higher, I illuminated a series of natural shelves in the cave wall, ascending like a titanic staircase. The footprints I pursued abruptly veered skyward, defying gravity as they ascended the wall. My rationale sought explanations, peculiar mineral formations, play of light and shadow, or perchance my imagination spiraling in the cave's silent embrace. Yet as I pondered the implausible tracks, a soft humming permeated the chamber. A wordless melody, seeming to emanate from the very stone itself, undulating like tranquil waves. The footfalls had ceased, supplanted by this ethereal music that imbued the air with a subtle energy. My lantern's flame flickered sans breeze, and the shadows on the wall stirred in unison with the humming. No fear gripped me, solely a profound sense of tranquility and awe, as if I had unearthed an ancient, wondrous secret awaiting discovery. Seating myself on a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the humming's embrace. The cave's ambience had turned dreamlike, and I swayed gently to the melody. Droplets fell in harmony with the music, creating miniature ripples in the pools that reflected my lantern's light like liquid gold. Time lost relevance as I lingered, enfolded in the cave's harmonious hymn. The footfalls sporadically returned, now seeming to pirouette around me in circles, yet no compulsion drove me to pursue. Rather, I existed in that moment, melding with the cave's age-old rhythm. Upon deciding to depart, I observed the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the fine silt. The humming waned as I retraced my steps through the passages, though its melody lingered vivid in my memory. The cave appeared altered on my return, not diminished in size or mystery, but more intimate, as if we now shared a clandestine bond. At the threshold I paused, gazing back into the shadows. The rain had ceased, the late afternoon sun casting elongated shadows into the cave's maw. Standing there, a solitary set of footprints materialized in the silt beside me, shaped by unseen steps that strode past and dissolved into sunlight. The cave whispered one final, soft echo, not of footsteps, but of gentle laughter that ebbed into the distance like a pleasant reverie. To this day, at times when I work in other caves, I find myself humming that otherworldly melody. And on rare occasions, in the quietude of the subterranean realm, I discern faint footfalls echoing my tune, dancing just beyond reach, forever nearly there. Story 12. The soft patter of rain on my bedroom window stirred me from a deep sleep, its gentle rhythm a comforting lullaby in the early morning darkness. Rain had always been a source of solace for me, but on this night, it carried a mysterious allure, a whisper of something beyond the ordinary, urging me to listen more intently. The raindrops seemed to form murmurs just beyond my comprehension, like faint echoes of a conversation drifting through thick walls. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, I rose from my bed and made my way to the window, compelled to peer outside. The world beyond was veiled in a thick fog, its tendrils aglow with an inner light that transformed familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this mist, a distant blue light pulsed faintly, barely visible yet captivating in its allure. It beckoned to me with a silent insistence that I could not resist. Wrapping myself in a warm woolen sweater, I stepped out into the cool, damp air. The fog caressed my skin like a gentle embrace, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of salt water, a scent that seemed out of place in our landlocked town. Yet there it was, the tang of the sea, borne on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the pulsing light, the ground beneath me shifted and transformed. The solid earth gave way to soft sand that squished between my toes, though I had no memory of removing my shoes. The transition was so subtle, so gradual, that I scarcely noticed when the suburban streets vanished, replaced by undulating dunes stretching into the mist-shrouded unknown. The blue light grew brighter, its cadence mirroring the sound of unseen waves that now replaced the rain's steady rhythm. Each pulse illuminated the fog from within, casting watery patterns that danced like liquid silk. In those fleeting moments of light, I glimpsed a colossal form emerging in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing vessel, its masts reaching skyward like spectral fingers. Time seemed to ebb and flow in this ethereal realm, each step both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my sight, yet remained just beyond reach, as if painted onto the very fabric of the fog. Its ragged sails fluttered in an unseen breeze, the wooden hull groaning with the weight of countless years. The sound of footfalls in wet sand caught my ear, not my own, but those of others approaching from behind. When I turned to look, I saw only swirling shapes in the mist, human forms that dissolved upon closer scrutiny. Their whispers lingered, tales of a vessel that navigated between worlds, manifesting only on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams grew thin. As I gazed at the phantom ship, I noticed details that shifted and changed when not under direct scrutiny. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to serpent to morning woman and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of blue light, and the ship's size wavered between that of a humble fishing boat and a majestic seafaring vessel. Water began to pool around my feet, though no waves touched the shore. It rose methodically, enveloping me until I stood ankle-deep in motionless water that mirrored the fog above. In that reflective surface, I beheld the ship in its former glory. Billowing sails, gleaming brass, and a crew of shadowy figures moving with purpose across the decks. With one final, intense pulse of blue light, I saw them clearly. The passengers and crew, frozen in time yet serene in their dual existence. Their eyes reflected the same ethereal glow that had drawn me here, and I understood that they had chosen this liminal state willingly. They were not lost, they were exactly where they desired to be. The water receded, carrying with it the clarity of the vision before me. The ship's outline faded into the mist, its form blending seamlessly with the fog until discerning one from the other became impossible. The whispers diminished, melding with the distant murmur of unseen waves. Turning to depart, I found the path changed, the beach now an endless expanse of unfamiliar shapes in the dim light. Yet my feet guided me unerringly through the shifting landscape, leading me back to the familiar scent of rain as dawn approached. The blue light had vanished, leaving only a hint of sea salt on my sweater as evidence of the night's events. In my room, as the morning light pierced the dissipating fog, I spied a smooth, sea-worn piece of glass in my pocket. Its hue matched the pulsing light that had guided me, a tangible reminder of the mystical journey I had undertaken. Even now, on rainy nights, a glimpse of that spectral blue light in the distance stirs memories of the enigmatic ship that traverses the boundary between reality and imagination. The vessel never manifests in the same manner twice, and I have never drawn as near to it as I did that initial night. Yet the sea glass rests on my windowsill, a silent witness to the whispers that beckon me, recounting tales of a ship lost in the mists of possibility, forever adrift amidst the boundless waves of the unknown. Story 13. The soft patter of raindrops against weathered stained glass windows sang a lullaby in the ancient chapel. Seated at the back, my fingertips traced the history etched into the worn wooden pew, feeling the stories of time etched into every groove and imperfection. The air held the scent of aged books, beeswax, and the lingering mustiness that lingers in forgotten sacred spaces. Seeking refuge from the sudden autumn storm, I had stumbled upon this sanctuary by chance. The heavy doors swung open with a creak, as though anticipating my arrival. Listening to the gentle rain outside, I found a strange gratitude for this unexpected solitude. The chapel itself was a dance of shadows and whispers. Empty pews stood in silent rows, their dark wood gleaming faintly in the dim, filtered light. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork fading into the dusk. At the front, barely visible, stood the altar, a stoic stone structure holding the weight of centuries of prayers within its weathered facade. In the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft, warm light flickered behind the altar, where shadows should have reigned supreme. The light held a steady rhythm, akin to a candle, yet it moved with an unusual cadence, like a breathing entity. Mesmerized by this gentle pulse, I debated whether to investigate further. The rational part of my mind suggested a forgotten candle left burning by the caretaker, though there were no signs of recent activity. But there was something different about this light, something otherworldly. Rising from my seat, I treaded lightly towards the altar, the ancient stones cool beneath my feet. The air grew cooler as I drew closer, the strange light casting shifting shadows that danced across the chapel walls. The scent in the air shifted beneath the mustiness. I caught a hint of something fresh and clean, reminiscent of morning dew on grass. As I rounded the altar, I discovered a small alcove previously unseen. The mysterious light seemed to emanate from within, illuminating faded frescoes that seemed to come to life under its glow. The paintings depicted a procession of figures, each carrying a glowing light similar to the one before me. But as I gazed, the images seemed to shift and move, the procession coming alive in the walls of the alcove. The rain's melody faded into the background, my focus drawn to the gentle energy that filled the air, a sense of calm and welcome. The mysterious light pulsed, and faint whispers, unintelligible yet comforting, brushed against my senses. Tentatively, I reached out towards the brightest point of the glow. The air beneath my fingertips felt warm and solid, a tangible presence of light. Faces appeared in the ethereal glow, serene and smiling, before fading back into the radiance. Time lost its hold as I stood there, the light responding to my presence in ways beyond comprehension. Shadows of robed figures and flickering candle flames teased my peripheral vision, yet vanished when directly confronted. A distant rumble of thunder brought me back, the storm's voice now a gentle murmur. Realizing I had lost track of time, I stepped back from the alcove, noticing a subtle change. The once animated frescoes now appeared as mere paint on ancient walls. Yet the light persisted, pulsing like a heartbeat or a breath. Each step back through the chapel felt like wading through a dream. As I reached the heavy doors, I stole a final glance. The warm light beckoned from behind the altar, pulsing once more as a soft sigh echoed in the empty space. Outside, the rain had transformed into a gentle mist, carrying the scent of wet earth and autumn leaves. Walking away, I pondered the enigmatic light, wondering if it awaited those who sought its peace, or if it appeared only to those in need. Returning to the chapel on many occasions, I found the light pulsing with its gentle rhythm at times, while other visits held only shadows and silence. Yet each encounter left me with a profound sense of peace, a reminder that some mysteries need not be unraveled, but simply embraced. On quiet, rainy evenings, I think of that distant light, a beacon of tranquility in the darkness, a reminder that not all that glimmers needs to be understood to be cherished. Story 14. The soft patter of rain against the window panes created a calming melody as I sank into my cozy armchair in the study. The old house murmured gently around me, its time-worn wooden frame shifting in the tranquil autumn night. A cup of chamomile tea steamed by my side, its delicate floral scent mingling with the earthy aroma of leather-bound books lining the shelves. My gaze wandered to the new painting above the marble fireplace, a mysterious portrait I had stumbled upon at an estate sale just days before. The woman in the painting was veiled in a sheer ivory fabric, her dark eyes piercing through the gossamer veil with an intensity that both entranced and unsettled me. The artist had captured a ghostly quality in the way the veil seemed to float around her face, as if moved by an invisible breath. The more I studied the painting, the more intricate details emerged from the shadowed background, a hint of a pearl necklace, the suggestion of a deep red gown, and a window reflecting a garden scene behind her. The brushstrokes created a mesmerizing play of transparency, shifting and transforming with the changing light. As the night deepened, the rain whispered a peaceful lullaby on the roof. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a soft halo around me, enveloping the rest of the room in a comforting darkness. I found myself drawn deeper into the painting, my eyes tracing the delicate folds of the veil repeatedly. Perhaps it was the rain's gentle touch or the warmth of the tea, but I began to drift into a tranquil state between consciousness and slumber. In this twilight realm, the portrait seemed to come alive in new dimensions. The veil rippled ever so slightly, as if stirred by a whisper of wind. The woman's eyes, deep and knowing, held secrets just on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, causing the lamplight to flicker briefly. When it steadied, I noticed a curious detail in the painting, one I had not seen before. In the window's reflection behind the veiled woman, amidst the painted foliage of the garden, stood another figure veiled like the subject, watching from a distance. This revelation sent a gentle ripple of intrigue down my spine, a sensation both eerie and captivating. As I focused on this new element, more subtle nuances emerged from the canvas. The pearl necklace formed a pattern that resembled letters or symbols when viewed from a certain angle. The window's angle in the reflection did not align with the woman's position, hinting at a different time, a different reality. The rain continued its soft serenade, and the house settled further into the night. A faint scent of old roses wafted through the air, though no flowers adorned the study. It evoked memories of the garden in the painting's reflection, prompting me to ponder if the artist had captured not just the visual essence of the subject, but something ethereal as well. I wove stories in my mind about the woman's identity. Was she a forgotten noblewoman, an enigmatic artist, or something beyond my imagination? The lamp's light dimmed subtly, casting a gentle glow on the woman's eyes that seemed to hold a light of their own, as if reflecting an inner source within the painting. The veil appeared more translucent, offering fleeting glimpses of her features, yet withholding them in a tantalizing dance. My eyelids grew heavy as I noticed one final detail, a small key hanging from a delicate chain, partially concealed in her gown. It appeared to be crafted from tarnished silver or perhaps platinum, intricately designed like the pattern in her pearl necklace. As sleep embraced me, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk against canvas, and sensed a faint smile beneath the painted veil. In my fading awareness, a thought fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman was not veiled at all. Maybe she was slowly revealing her secrets, unveiling a world hidden beneath the surface. The next morning, I awoke in my armchair to sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung peacefully above the fireplace, seemingly unchanged, or so it seemed at first glance. Months passed, yet each evening I discovered new details emerging from the depths of the portrait, as if it held a secret waiting to be unveiled. In the tranquil moments between wakefulness and dreams, I pondered if the painting was not merely a depiction of a veiled woman, but a veil itself, a thinning boundary between our world and another, revealing its mysteries one night at a time. Story 15. The gentle dusk draped the ancient stone walls in a soft purple glow, like a delicate silk blanket. Standing at the entrance of the deserted monastery, I observed as the mist of evening meandered through the weathered arches, carrying the sweet fragrance of wild roses that had embraced the worn walls as their own. A peculiar stillness hung in the air, that moment just before nightfall when even the birds seemed to pause, waiting for darkness to descend. Intrigued by tales of its eerie beauty, I came to capture the ruins with my camera, its weight a familiar comfort in this unfamiliar setting. Sunlight's last tendrils filtered through shattered windows, casting elongated shadows that danced across the worn stone floors. Each step I took reverberated softly through the vacant corridors, mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves carried by the evening breeze. The monastery, standing for centuries, bore witness to countless prayers and secrets whispered within its walls. Now, nature had embraced it, ivy enveloping the stone like a lover's embrace, moss carpeting the floors in patches of lush green velvet. Venturing deeper into the labyrinthine structure, I sensed a gradual drop in temperature, despite the warmth of the summer evening. The air held a subtle dampness, causing the stone walls to glisten under my camera's flash. The quality of light intrigued me, lingering in corners longer than natural, bending around pillars in inexplicable ways. A particular corridor beckoned me, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes that clung to the walls like fading memories. The figures in the paintings seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, yet remained still and weathered when I focused directly on them. As daylight waned, a strange phenomenon caught my attention. The wind, whispering through the ruins, moved with purpose, tracing invisible patterns along the walls. At times, it almost sounded like murmured words in an unfamiliar tongue, just beyond comprehension. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the main chapel, preparing for long exposure shots in the fading light, I felt a lingering sense of reverence in the decaying space. Fragments of stained glass created kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor, catching my flash. Adjusting my camera settings, I noticed a subtle rhythm in the ambient sounds, the wind's whispers growing more distinct, weaving through the ruins like a haunting melody. The scent of roses intensified with each gust, mingling with the earthy aroma of ancient stone and moss. Enthralled by the hypnotic symphony of sound and scent, I swayed slightly in its embrace. Peering through my camera's viewfinder, I observed shadows pooling in unusual formations, responding to the wind's cadence like a slumbering creature's breath. I captured photo after photo, sensing that these subtle movements would elude my lens. With night enveloping the monastery, the temperature plummeted, my breath forming wispy clouds in the air, though not cold enough for frost. The wind's whispers grew urgent, and amidst its murmur, I fancied hearing my name carried on its currents, not spoken, but woven from the rush of air through stone passageways and the gentle click of loose tiles. Compelled to venture deeper into the complex, a mysterious pull guiding my steps, I continued to document the surroundings through my camera's lens, barely pausing to check the results. Moonlight filtered through the fractured roof, creating shifting patterns that almost coalesced into recognizable shapes, like elusive figures glimpsed through rippling water. In what seemed to be the monastery's library, vacant shelves lined the walls, their aged wood dark and silent. Here, the wind's voice was clearest, a symphony of unseen pages turning in an ethereal book, carrying whispers on the verge of understanding. Shadows deepened in the corners, pulsing gently with each breath of wind, their velvety darkness seeming to come alive. Capturing one final shot of moonlight cascading over the empty shelves, I closed my eyes during the long exposure, surrendering to the enchanting harmony of the surroundings. The wind's voice wove a tapestry of stone and wood, leaf and water, recounting centuries of prayers, secrets, lives and losses within these ancient walls. Upon opening my eyes, I sensed a shift in the darkness surrounding me, shadows gaining depth, as if offering glimpses into another realm. The wind's song crescendoed, resonating within my very being, though the air remained eerily still. Peripheral movements flickered, robed figures gliding between the shelves, vanishing when I turned to face them. Reluctant to depart despite the late hour, I gathered my equipment slowly as the wind's whispers bid me farewell. The rose's perfume grew intoxicating, almost overpowering in its sweetness. Glancing back at the shimmering ruins in the moonlight, suspended between worlds, I knew that the photographs would only capture stone and shadow. Yet in the dead of night, when the wind whispers outside my window, I catch echoes of that otherworldly song. In dreams, I return to the moonlit ruins, where the wind imparts ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen. In quiet contemplation, I ponder the animated shadows and elusive whispers, knowing some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, dwelling in the twilight realm between reality and the intangible, between knowledge and unproven senses. The monastery endures, its stones murmuring their silent song to the wind. Sometimes the notion of revisiting tugs at me, waiting in that ancient library for shadows to deepen and whispers to resume. Yet, a feeling lingers that the experience could never be replicated. Some doors once opened vanish into memory, dreams, and the stories we recount in the dark of night, when the wind carries voices we nearly understand. Story 16. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft patter of raindrops on the windshield, crafting a tranquil cadence that synchronized with the steady throb of my own heartbeat. Enveloped by the night like a velvety cloak, my vehicle pushed forward, guided by the warm glow of headlights piercing through the darkness. It seemed like I had been driving for an eternity, yet my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had elapsed since I departed the quaint diner where I savored a cup of coffee. The road unfurled endlessly before me, a ribbon of ebony asphalt vanishing into the misty obscurity. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced across my path. The breeze drifting through the cracked window carried a heady aroma of damp earth and pine needles, a scent that typically brought solace, but tonight held an intensity that bordered on otherworldly. I observed a peculiarity in my surroundings. The mile markers seemed to loop back on themselves. Initially disregarding it as a trick of my fatigued mind, the repetition grew undeniable as I journeyed on. Passing marker 47, then 48, 49, 50, only to encounter marker 47 once more, inexplicably. Attempting to rationalize, my mind suggested multiple sections of road with identical markers, or perhaps my wariness distorting reality. The radio, previously crooning soft jazz, dissolved into static. Fumbling to adjust the dial, the signal remained elusive, drowned in a sea of white noise that subtly concealed distant whispers, too indistinct to decipher yet potent enough to raise goosebumps. Opting for the soothing sounds of rain and the rhythmic swish of wipers, I dismissed the eerie whispers. As the night deepened, phantom cars materialized on the road behind me, the same vintage model from the 1950s, its chrome trim glinting faintly in my taillights. Each apparition maintained a consistent distance for precisely 3 minutes before dissolving around a bend, only to reappear each time I glanced in my mirror, faithfully preserving that exact interval. Glancing at the dashboard clock, the unchanging display of 11:47 p.m. captured my notice, a time frozen since the inception of the enigmatic mile marker recurrence. Veering into a rest area, yearning to collect my thoughts and seek guidance, I encountered a deserted lot bathed in the warm halo of a solitary streetlight. Stepping out, the air felt dense and ponderous, imbued with a viscosity that seemed to stall time itself. Rain reduced to a misty haze lingered suspended in the light's embrace. A weathered information board loomed in the shadows, exhibiting a map of incomprehensible roads defying conventional geometry, culminating in a handwritten note. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends. It just changes you. Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle I had glimpsed in my mirror rested a few spaces away, pristine despite the rain, emitting hints of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as though its driver had vacated mere moments earlier. Resuming my odyssey, I discerned subtle metamorphoses in the landscape. Trees stretched taller, branches forming natural arches over the road, veiling my headlights in enigmatic shadows. Fog, once scattered in the distance, now ebbed and flowed across the path, hinting at fleeting visages and figures within its shifting veils. Successive rest areas mirrored the initial one, down to the minutest details, with the vintage car consistently stationed 3 spaces from mine, an empty vessel pulsating with an eerie vitality. Days seemed to pass as I navigated this eternal road, yet my watch obstinately clung to the unchanging hour of 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge remained steadfast at half full, and the coffee in my cup retained its warmth untouched by time. Fellow travelers graced this perpetual route, their countenances serene as they traversed, prompting speculation if they too were ensnared in this gentle time loop. Oddly, the allure of returning to conventional roads waned within me. A peculiar comfort resonated in this realm, devoid of time's shackles, where the voyage itself metamorphosed into both goal and essence. The once disconcerting whispers in the static now bore a soothing melodic quality, while the fog's ephemeral shapes felt akin to familiar companions. I comprehended the note's cryptic message about evolving through the journey. With each passage of mile marker 47, novel revelations unfurled, unseen patterns in the trees, nuances in light quality, fresh melodies within whispered static. The road persisted, unaltered, yet my perception transmuted akin to a musical composition, divulging hidden profundities with each iteration. Amidst the eternal night, I pondered if I had unearthed a rare gift, a realm where the ceaseless pursuit of destinations surrendered to the tranquil solace of a perpetual expedition. Rain persisted in its gentle serenade on the windshield, heralding the imminent arrival of mile marker 47, promising the revelation of a latent truth awaiting my evolved perception. In this realm where time blurred and journey ceaselessly unfolded, I embraced the enigma with newfound acceptance. The road unfurled endlessly, accompanied by the serene purr of my engine, the soothing rain, and the hushed whispers of a path unbound by finality, only limitless beginnings. Story scene: the autumn breeze enveloped my rustic cabin, carrying the rich aroma of fallen leaves. The ancient forest outside seemed frozen in time, not a single twig stirred. This eerie stillness had lingered for 3 days now, defying the natural rhythm of life. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a soft woolen blanket, I listened to the crackling fireplace. The dancing flames painted flickering shadows on the wooden walls, casting a warm glow against the encroaching twilight. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, its warmth long gone, as I pondered the unsettling quiet that enveloped me. The forest, usually my haven from the chaos of the world, now felt different, heavy, almost sentient in its silence. It was akin to the hush just before a storm, a charged pause in nature's breath. But this moment stretched on, defying explanation. My cat, Shadow, rested by the window, her ebony fur reflecting the fire's light, her gaze fixed on something unseen in the darkness, ears alert, tail twitching with a nervous energy. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight greeted me in the bathroom mirror. A pale mist, swirling with purpose, lingered behind me where darkness should have been. When I turned to confront it, only the abyss of night greeted me, yet the ghostly impression lingered like an after-image. Sleep evaded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the sound of my heartbeat against the pillow. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint, rhythmic whisper brushed against my senses, a distant breath. Morning revealed no respite from the stillness. The forest remained motionless, like a painting on the horizon. Yet, a change had occurred overnight. The fallen leaves now formed intricate patterns around my cabin, as if deliberately arranged. Curved lines and spirals sprawled from the tree's base, like nature's intricate calligraphy. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, fixated on the leafy designs with unwavering intensity. As I stepped out to gather firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, like wading through invisible syrup. The temperature remained constant, unsettlingly neutral, neither warm nor cold. Dusk approached, heralding the first significant change in days. The mist glimpsed in the mirror materialized at the forest's edge. It crept among the trees like seeking tendrils, pale and luminous in the fading light. Within its ethereal depths, elusive shapes flickered and vanished, hinting at movement that defied direct observation. The whispering breath intensified with the night's descent, a sound omnipresent yet elusive, filling the void between heartbeats. Shadow pressed close, fur bristling, as we watched the mist inch closer to the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and an ancient, indefinable presence. That night, my dreams wove a tapestry of roots snaking through floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees bending to peer through my windows with hidden eyes. The breathing sound morphed into a voice, speaking in a familiar yet incomprehensible tongue. Upon waking, dew-damp sheets enveloped me, though all windows remained sealed shut. The leaf patterns had evolved, intricate and sprawling, spiraling outward like a colossal fingerprint from my dwelling. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in beckoning tendrils that reached toward my footsteps. Shadow spent the day oscillating between windows, trailing an unseen presence. On the 7th day of stillness, handprints materialized on my windows, not on the glass but in the condensation, larger than human, with too many digits, leaving winding trails akin to vines. The breathing sound became a constant companion, ebbing and flowing like distant waves against a shore. That evening, before the fire's flickering glow, I noticed the shadows no longer danced in sync with the flames. They swayed to a new rhythm, mirroring the forest's breath. The leaf patterns from outside had infiltrated indoors, etched in dust, wood grain, and fabric. Shadow abruptly dashed to the door, ears pressed against the wood. The breathing sound reverberated, syncing with my heartbeat. as if aligning with something ancient and vast. The mist seeped through cracks, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and quiet decay. Fear should have gripped me, but it felt distant, irrelevant amidst the forest's presence. Instead, a profound sense of recognition washed over me, like finally acknowledging an age-old observer. The patterns spoke a language, I realized, encoded in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words, the forest stands tranquil, yet teeming with life. The mist has become my constant companion, swirling around me as I move through my abode. Shadow no longer watches the windows, content with our altered reality. The breathing sound, now a familiar backdrop, goes unnoticed, except in its rare absences. In the dead of night, I sense the forest's message unfolding in the shifting patterns, words and images hovering just beyond comprehension. The boundary between my existence and the forest's ancient awareness thins with each passing day. Uncertain if the forest has changed or my perception has shifted, I embrace the stillness, pregnant with anticipation, akin to a held breath before profound revelation. I hold my breath, awaiting the forest's next whisper. Leaves pirouette, mist spins tails, and in the silence between heartbeats, the forest breathes. I breathe alongside it, merging with a mystery devoid of resolution. For some questions are more exquisite left unanswered, lingering like morning mist, beckoning us to listen, to wonder. Story 18. The soft rustle of the wind caressing ancient pines greeted me on that cool morning as I ventured along the twisting mountain path. Each step I took made a gentle crunch on the bed of fallen needles, creating a soothing melody that seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of my own heart. The mist hung low, enveloping the towering trees like a cozy shroud, hushing even the faintest whispers of the wild. Solitary hikes always held a special allure for me, a chance to find solace in nature's quiet embrace. But today felt different. A peculiar stillness lingering in the air. The usual symphony of bird songs was absent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. In my backpack, an old leather journal awaited, its pages brimming with enigmatic musings about this very mountain range. I had stumbled upon it at an estate sale, the writings of an elderly naturalist who had dwelled in these parts for years. He spoke of odd occurrences in these heights where sound behaved strangely. Places where whispers from afar gathered like pools of water in hidden valleys, while shouts nearby dissipated into nothingness. As I ascended, the mist thickened and the silence deepened. My footsteps, once a comforting cadence, now felt distant and muffled, as if they belonged to another traveler. The air grew denser, gently pressing against my ears with a persistent whisper. Pausing to sip water from my canteen, the act of swallowing resonated oddly in my head, as if the sound was not entirely real. The journal pointed to a specific clearing, marked by a circle of weathered stones, where the silence purportedly held its most profound presence. The naturalist hinted at the quiet that speaks, a mysterious phenomenon that his writings cryptically described. As the trail wound around a colossal boulder, I caught sight of the clearing ahead. 7 ancient stones, standing waist-high, formed a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and weaved between them, moving with almost purposeful intent. The air within the circle was utterly still, yet the mist danced on. Stepping into the circle, a subtle shift took hold. The pressure in my ears heightened, but not uncomfortably so. It was akin to being gently submerged in warm waters. The silence here held a different essence. It felt sentient, as if it listened. My own breath became inaudible, though I felt the rise and fall of my chest. The crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had ceased entirely. Seating myself at the circle's core, leaning against one of the smaller stones, I opened the journal. The naturalist's final words beckoned me. The silence speaks in whispers of memory. It reveals what you need to hear, if only you listen with more than just your ears. Reading those lines, a shift occurred in my perception. The silence took on texture and depth, like layers of translucent fabric intermingling. In that profound stillness, I became attuned to sounds that defied logic. The laughter of children playing in a distant schoolyard, the gentle creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the soft patter of summer rain on a tin roof from days long past. These were not mere echoes or memories. They felt vivid and immediate, yet distant, as if the silence acted as a conduit to bygone moments. Closing my eyes, I allowed these phantom sounds to envelop me, each carrying not just the auditory essence, but the full sensory experience. The scent of lavender from my grandmother's perfume, the warmth of summer on my skin, the taste of raindrops. Hours slipped by like fleeting seconds as I sat ensconced in this cocoon of living silence. The sun began its descent, casting a feeble light that struggled to pierce the perpetual mist enveloping the circle. Rising to depart, I noticed something that gave me pause. My shadow on the ground bore companions. Faint yet distinct shadows moved at the periphery of my vision. When I turned to confront them, they vanished, but their presence lingered. The journal held one final scribble on its last page, penned in shaky script. They are the guardians of quiet places, the collectors of forgotten sounds. They mean no harm. They simply seek to share their treasury with those who know how to listen. Descending the mountain, the familiar sounds of the world gradually returned. The crunch of my steps, the whisper of wind in the trees, the distant call of a solitary bird. Yet a change had taken root within me. The silence had imprinted upon me, a gentle resonance humming in my bones. In quiet moments before slumber, I sometimes catch a glimpse of those impossible sounds carried on silence's currents. And in the darkest nights, when the world holds its breath, I swear I sense those shadows at the edge of sight, patiently waiting to unveil their collected sounds to those willing to truly listen. The naturalist spoke truth. The mountain harbors secrets in its silence, tales woven in the absence of sound. Despite my return visits, that particular clearing remains elusive. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave the messages of silence. Or perhaps, like the shadows in their auditory trove, it dwells within the interstices of time, where silence deepens to articulate its secrets. Story 19. The gentle murmur of the wind weaving through the ancient trees carried with it the delicate fragrance of pine and wet earth, guiding my steps along the meandering forest path. Dusk descended, painting the sky with hues of soft lavender and deep blue. A wooden lantern cradled in my hand emitted a warm, flickering light that danced playfully across the mossy ground, casting shadows that pulsed with every footfall. I had been wandering for hours, seeking solace amidst the whispers of the natural world. The forest had forever been my haven, yet on this night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. A peculiar calm enveloped the surroundings, as though the trees themselves held their breath. Even the customary evening symphony of crickets seemed hushed, their melody a mere whisper in the encroaching darkness. Venturing deeper into the heart of the woods, my gaze was drawn to an extraordinary cluster of trees up ahead. Their branches had intertwined over centuries, creating a complex canopy that formed what resembled a natural shelter. This sight halted me in my tracks. Despite my many years of traversing these woods, this specific grove had never greeted me before. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches had twisted and melded in ways that defied the norms of natural growth. They fashioned arches and passageways akin to the corridors of a forgotten palace sculpted by nature's hand. The tree bark, in certain places where it should have been rough, was smooth as if caressed by countless palms across countless years. My lantern's glow unveiled intricate patterns etched into the wood, spirals and curves that could have been the result of wind and time, or perhaps something beyond earthly explanation. The air within the shelter held a distinct warmth compared to the forest outside, carrying a faint, sweet aroma that eluded my identification. It whispered of honey and ancient tomes with an underlying essence of exotic mystery. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, the sound of my footsteps transformed, resonating hollowly as if I trod upon wooden floorboards rather than soil. My exploration revealed small treasures scattered around, fragments of colored glass nestled within branch crevices, shimmering like captured stars under my lantern's gaze. Pieces of what seemed like paper or parchment were delicately interwoven into the smaller twigs, weathered by time and elements until they seemed to have sprouted naturally. Delving further into the shelter, subtle shifts in the environment became apparent. The temperature continued its gradual ascent, and the quality of light took on a peculiar hue. My lantern's radiance acquired a greenish tint, as if filtered through layers of living leaves, though the thick canopy above restricted much natural light from filtering through. A soft melodic sound caressed my ears, a blend of hum and song, barely audible yet persistent. It appeared to emanate from the very essence of the wood itself, undulating like a gentle breath. Upon touching one of the larger branches, a faint vibration greeted my hand, as if the tree conducted music from deep beneath the earth. In a corner of the shelter, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees arranged in a perfect triangular formation. Their branches had intertwined to form a natural seat, accompanied by a small platform resembling a table. Scattered atop this platform were curious objects, smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, unfamiliar dried flowers, and ancient coins adorned with cryptic symbols. As night cloaked the world beyond the shelter, subtle movements animated the space. Shadows swayed in rhythm incongruent with my lantern's sway, and sporadically, gentle lights flitted between the branches, akin to fireflies, yet moving with an unusual intent and precision. The longer I lingered in this peculiar grove, the more anomalies I observed that challenged the boundary between natural and crafted. Some of the smaller branches seemed to have been contorted into elaborate knots and designs, resembling writing in a script beyond my comprehension. Yet the growth patterns appeared organic, as if the trees themselves had chosen this form of growth rather than being shaped by human hands. A gentle breeze wafted through the shelter, carrying with it the distant tinkle of chimes, though no wind instruments were visible. The sound seemed to resonate from all directions simultaneously, weaving a tranquil melody that weighed my eyelids with drowsiness. The natural seat I had chanced upon earlier beckoned me, and I found myself sinking into its unexpectedly snug embrace. While seated, the hum of the wood intensified slightly, its gentle cadence lulling rather than perturbing. The pattern of lights I had noticed earlier began to dance with increased regularity, crafting slow, mesmerizing sequences reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. My lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, though I had not adjusted it. Time blurred within this enigmatic sanctuary. The forest exterior seemed to dissolve, replaced by a serene isolation that felt both alien and comfortingly familiar. Drifting between consciousness and dreams, each state enveloped by the soft sounds and shifting lights of the grove, I noticed further alterations within the shelter. Branches seemed to sway and shift when caught in my peripheral vision, yet remained motionless when directly observed. The colored glass fragments ensnared within the wood began to radiate a soft luminance, casting a gentle aurora that frolicked upon the woven canopy above. The scent in the air grew more potent, still sweet, now tinged with hues of antiquity and sagacity, akin to the aroma of ancient libraries mingled with burgeoning spring foliage. Faint whispers carried on the breeze reached my ears, spoken in foreign tongues that stirred a sense of familiarity within me, despite their unrecognizable origin. As my consciousness continued its drift, I became aware of a presence within the shelter, not menacing, but vigilant and ancient. It seemed to emanate from the very essence of the grove's structure, as if the entwined branches were but the tangible form of a vast, slumbering intelligence. The hum of the wood assumed an almost conversational rhythm, undulating in patterns pregnant with meaning, though the essence of their message eluded my grasp. Upon fully opening my eyes, the morning light filtering through the canopy above painted intricate patterns on the ground, morphing into shapes almost recognizable before shifting once more. My lantern had extinguished, though the moment of its demise eluded my recollection. In daylight, the shelter appeared altered, still shrouded in mystery, yet somehow distanced, as though retreating into the ordinary forest. As I prepared to depart, a singular leaf had been placed upon the natural table beside me, twisted into an impossible form reminiscent of the enigmatic script witnessed in the branches. When I lifted it, the leaf unfurled in my grasp, reverting to its natural state with such rapidity that I questioned the veracity of my perception. Tracing my steps back through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the shelter into my memory, noting landmarks and distinctive trees. However, even as I did so, I sensed the forest shifting around me, the path subtly transforming with each stride until uncertainty clouded my mind as to my original direction. To this day, I am drawn back to the forest, in search of that extraordinary grove. Sometimes in the distance, I catch fleeting glimpses of what may be woven branches, or detect a familiar hum upon the wind. Yet the shelter itself remains elusive, manifesting solely in dreams and recollections that resonate more tangibly than reality itself. Perhaps it unveils itself solely to those most in need, proffering refuge and enigma in equal measure to weary wanderers craving both. The only tangible vestige of my encounter is a heightened sensitivity to the whispers of trees, and the unwavering belief that within the deep forest, beneath its interlaced branches, the shelter maintains its ancient vigil, awaiting the next voyager in search of its peculiar enchantment. Story 20. The gentle radiance of street lamps filtered through a soft autumn mist, casting elongated shadows that swayed with otherworldly elegance. The weathered cobblestones beneath my feet gleamed with evening dew, each step creating a gentle tap that reverberated through the tranquil alley. Ancient brick buildings towered on either side, their surfaces smoothed by the passage of countless seasons. Despite having traversed this path numerous times, tonight carried a sense of subtle change in the air. An unusual stillness enveloped everything, as if the very world held its breath in anticipation. The familiar sense of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone lingered in the air with heightened clarity and purpose. My strides gradually slowed as I observed the shadows lingering a fraction longer after my passage. They twisted and elongated in defiance of the street lamps' positions, like dark silk swaying in an unseen breeze. The soft tap of my shoes on stone became the sole sound in a world that had grown hushed. To my right, the quaint antique shop continued to exhibit its array of curiosities in the window. Brass candlesticks, vintage photographs in tarnished frames, and delicate porcelain figurines. Yet tonight, these items seemed to have shifted ever so slightly from their usual arrangement. One photograph in particular caught my attention, depicting a misty alley reminiscent of the one where I now stood. The mist thickened, not forebodingly, but akin to a gentle veil settling over the evening. It carried a faint metallic tang, evoking memories of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber glow of the street lamps transformed into rhythmic halos that pulsed with a slow, almost breathing cadence. Continuing my journey, I discerned other subtle alterations. The shadows cast by the shop's assorted objects no longer matched their sources. They moved with a fluid grace, shaping forms hinting at figures and entities just beyond recognition. Yet their dance held no menace. Instead, it was mesmerizing, almost serenely captivating. The brick walls now absorbed the sound of my footsteps, enveloping me in a cushion of silence akin to a comforting shawl. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of old books and tea leaves, though no nearby establishments sold such wares. Wisps of light began to drift through the mist, reminiscent of leisurely fireflies on a summer night. I found myself slowing my pace, drawn into the hypnotic ambience surrounding me. The shadows continued their silent ballet, responding to my presence with a shy curiosity, stretching towards me before retreating with grace as I gazed directly at them. The antique shop's window now reflected more than its contents. Within its glass, I glimpsed layers of time overlapping, ghostly figures of people who had traversed this alley in bygone eras, their forms translucent and serene. They moved soundlessly, perpetually engaged in their tasks within an eternal cycle, oblivious to my existence and the present moment. The mist wove intricate patterns in the air, almost resembling meaningful symbols as if written in smoke. The shadows had begun to take on clearer shapes now, hinting at the silhouettes of long-forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies with parasols, and children playing with hoops, all navigating their remembered routines in perfect silence. Approaching the alley's end, a peculiar observation caught my eye regarding my own shadow. It moved slightly out of sync with my steps, almost as if contemplating each movement independently. Whenever I raised my hand, my shadow mimicked the action a moment later, with a thoughtful deliberateness. There was a comforting quality to this slight delay, as if it echoed movement through time itself. The air warmed, carrying scents of chamomile and lavender, despite the absence of any nearby gardens. The mist began to gently pulsate with a soft amber light emanating from within. The brick walls appeared to breathe slowly, their surfaces rippling ever so subtly with each pulse of light. Tentatively reaching out to touch one wall, I sensed a gentle warmth beneath my fingertips. The bricks seemed to hold memories, releasing them in delicate waves of sensation. The touch of countless hands over decades, the murmured conversations of passing strangers, the embrace of summer warmth and winter chill. Patterns began to form on the cobblestones as the shadows weaved intricate designs, shifting and flowing like dark water. Their movements narrated tales of the alley's past, of intersecting lives, shared secrets, and vows made. Each pattern seamlessly dissolved into the next, crafting an unending narrative scripted in light and shadow. Time lost its conventional boundaries as I stood witness to the silent chronicle of history unfolding before me. The mist enveloped me like a tender embrace, and the shadows continued their graceful performance. The line between observer and participant blurred, melding as I became an integral part of the alley's ongoing saga. With the evening deepening, the shadows grew more defined, yet exuded a gentler essence. They moved purposefully now, forming shapes suggestive of doorways or windows into different epochs. Through these shadowy gateways, glimpses of the alley's past emerged. Horse-drawn carriages gliding silently, gas lamps kindled by phantom lamplighters, women in flowing dresses tending to their thresholds. The antique shop's window evolved into a canvas for these temporal echoes, reflecting not solely the present instant, but layers of past and potential futures. The items within seemed to shift and transform when viewed from various angles, each narrating its unique tale through subtle motions and shifting reflections. My shadow seamlessly integrated with the others, joining their silent ballet with innate grace. It moved through the cobblestone patterns like a brush through water, creating new ripples and designs that harmonized seamlessly with the existing flow. This experience was not disconcerting, but rather profoundly tranquil, as if I had finally discovered my place in an eternal choreography. Upon my eventual departure from the alley, I noticed my shadow pausing briefly before following suit. The mist gently parted before me, while the amber light of the street lamp seemed to bid me adieu. The air retained those peculiar yet soothing scents of chamomile and aged books, though they faded slowly, akin to a dream dissipating upon waking. Glancing back, I beheld the shadows persisting in their silent dance, weaving tales within the interstice of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected one last image, my figure traversing the alley, from a time that could have been yesterday or a century ago. The distinction no longer held significance. Carrying the tranquility of that evening with me, I journeyed homeward, cognizant that the alley would forever appear altered to my perception. The shadows would forever sway there, recounting their wordless tales to those who paused to watch and listen. And occasionally, on serene evenings when the mist enveloped the scene, I would return to join their gentle performance, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent symphony. Story 21. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the barren branches above, carrying the delicate fragrance of decay and memories on its breath. Along the weathered dirt path, I tread lightly, the fallen leaves creating a plush, natural carpet beneath my feet. The early evening air bore that peculiar October essence, crisp yet gentle, enveloping me like a worn leather glove. Familiar with this path, tonight felt different, shrouded in an eerie ambience. The mist clung to the earth, swirling around the ancient trees like spectral tendrils. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the fading light. The first fractured candle beckoned me, lying askew at the path's edge, its pure white wax cleanly split as if by a deliberate hand. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it closely. The break was precise, untouched wick whispering of unlit flames. Continuing my journey, each broken candle I encountered mirrored the first, forming a trail of shattered sentinels meticulously placed along the path. With dusk descending swiftly, the woods darkened, veiled in a rolling fog thickening the air. A chill settled, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. As I followed the broken candle path, a subtle shift unfolded in the atmosphere. The stillness deepened, laden with an inexplicable energy. The broken candles seemed to faintly glow as if in a spectral dance, a trick of the fading light or my mind's play in the encroaching darkness. The path twisted, leading me through the forest's ancient heart, where trees intertwined above, forming natural arches. The shattered candles persisted, guiding me deeper into the woods. Though a voice urged retreat, a mysterious force propelled me onward, like a moth drawn to a flame. The fractures in the candles became jagged, violent, hinting at unseen forces at play. The fog thickened, tangible as cotton clouds, tingling with an electric charge. The temperature plummeted, breath forming misty clouds. Ahead, a clearing emerged, barely visible through the dense fog. Dozens of candles encircled the clearing, their white wax gleaming softly. At the circle's center stood a solitary black candle, its dark surface absorbing the waning light. Stepping into the clearing, my footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the silent expanse. The candles pulsed with an inner light, the black candle splitting down the center, revealing a void of darkness. A resonant hum, felt in the bones rather than heard, permeated the air as the white candles intensified their glow without flame. Drawn to the split candle, my touch elicited a deep hum resonating through me. The split widened, beckoning in a way beyond the physical, calling to a primal part of my being. The forest dissolved, leaving only the glowing white candles in the abyss within the split candle. Time lost meaning as shadows danced within, unveiling ancient truths just beyond comprehension. The fog receded, the hum diminishing, and I stepped back as if from a dream. The patterns within the split candle faded, the white candles returning to ordinary wax. As the forest reappeared, I retraced my steps through the darkened woods. The broken candles vanished without a trace. The fog lifted, unveiling a starlit sky. Sometimes I revisit the path, searching for another broken candle trail leading to the clearing, yet finding none. On serene nights when the wind whispers and the mist rises, I sense the faint echo of the resonant hum, stirring something deep within. The enigmatic patterns from the split candle linger in my dreams, almost decipherable, hinting at truths just out of reach. Some mysteries, I realize, are meant to elude our understanding, residing in the twilight realm between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty intertwine in the encroaching night. Story 22. The breeze whispered softly through the rustling autumn leaves, carrying with it the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil and fading blossoms. Nestled in my grandmother's weathered rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy woolen throw, I observed as the evening mist meandered over my backyard, transforming familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The gentle sway of the chair against the wooden porch planks created a tranquil cadence that synchronized with my breath. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that stood sentinel at the edge of my land. It stood tall and imposing, a barrier of thorny branches that ascended high above, its lush foliage concealing the mysteries that lay beyond. In my youth, I had regarded this hedge as just another of grandmother's whimsical tales, akin to stories of moonlit fairies or shadows that whispered secrets in the night. The mist-laden air carried a faint scent of roses, peculiar since my garden bore none of these blooms. The fragrance intensified as night descended, a sweet aroma reminiscent of the dried petals grandmother cherished in her jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the rhythmic patter of water droplets cascading from the leaves, each splash creating ripples in the burgeoning puddles below. A soft glow caught my eye, radiating just beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the icy blue of modern LEDs, this light was warm and golden, akin to honey basking in sunlight. It pulsed gently as if breathing, and seemed to waltz amidst the thorny branches. The sight held me spellbound, prompting me to rise from the chair, the blanket slipping to the porch floor forgotten. My bare feet guided me across the dew-kissed grass, each step sinking slightly into the yielding earth. With every stride towards the hedge, more details emerged from the shadows. Glistening water droplets adorned the thorns like crystal jewels, each one capturing and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. The elusive midnight blue roses I had detected earlier now materialized, their petals an ethereal hue nestled among the thorns. Standing before the hedge, I noticed a revelation, a slender gap amidst the branches, just wide enough for a person to pass through. The thorns seemed to yield to this opening, forming a natural archway. Through this aperture, the golden light spilled forth, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Peering through the gap, I glimpsed what appeared to be another garden. Unlike my utilitarian backyard with its orderly vegetable plots and herb gardens, this realm defied the laws of nature. Flowers that should have wilted in the autumn chill flourished with vitality. Vines with leaves resembling stained glass twined around ancient stone pillars that seemed out of place in this suburban setting. The breeze wafting through the gap carried new fragrances, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and something more ancient and mysterious, akin to the essence of forgotten tales or the dust of bygone memories. My pulse remained steady, not with trepidation, but with a profound sense of awe that harkened back to my childhood belief in grandmother's narratives. I reached out to caress one of the midnight blue roses, anticipating its cool, dew-kissed petals. To my surprise, they exuded warmth, as though bathed in summer's embrace. Upon contact, a gentle tune floated through the gap in the hedge. Not quite music, but a whisper of a melody, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed anew, more fervently this time, revealing shadows in motion within the garden beyond. These were not menacing forms, but graceful movements, reminiscent of dancers swaying to a distant melody. Each shadow left behind luminous trails, akin to fireflies tracing patterns in the darkness. I swayed imperceptibly, my body responding to that ethereal melody. The thorn-laden archway seemed to widen slightly, a silent beckoning to step through. Rationality suggested that this was implausible. Hedges do not part like stage curtains, and gardens do not glow with mysterious light. Yet echoes of grandmother's wisdom resonated in my mind, hinting that the most exquisite truths often lurk behind the veil of impossibility. Water dripped steadily from the verdant canopy above, each droplet harmonizing with the phantom melody emanating from the other side. Time unfurled languidly, thick and sweet as honey. The mist encircling my feet continued its purposeful dance, akin to tender hands urging me forward. A balmy zephyr bore the scent of roses through the opening, now intensified, mingled with traces of vanilla and cedar. The shadows in the garden persisted in their enigmatic waltz, and I fancied I discerned familiar shapes among them. The sway of grandmother's beloved dress, the tilt of her head as she spun her tales, the gentle sweep of her hand as she unveiled the enchantment concealed within the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, causing the entire hedge to shimmer momentarily like dewdrops in the morning sun. The gap amid the thorny branches remained, patient and expectant, neither urging nor dissuading my next move. The enigma of what lay beyond lingered in the air like a suspended breath. I stood there, my feet sinking into the damp grass as night enveloped me. The tangible world of street lamps and urban clamor ebbed away, leaving only the melodic symphony of falling water, the luminous allure beyond the hedge, and the perpetual ballet of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand remained outstretched, fingertips grazing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The quandary of whether to traverse the threshold persisted, suspended in the air akin to the mist swirling around my feet. Perhaps the genuine enchantment lay not in crossing the boundary, but in recognizing the existence of thresholds, junctures where the ordinary intersects with something ancient and arcane, where childhood tales meld with reality like watercolors blending on wet parchment. A smile graced my lips as comprehension dawned, echoing grandmother's timeless wisdom. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed yet never wholly explored, their secrets preserved like pressed blooms within the pages of memory. The hedge would safeguard its mysteries, as it had for generations, but now I understood they awaited beyond the thorns, twirling in golden light to the harmonies of falling rain. Story 23. The gentle patter of autumn rain against weathered stonework filled the night with a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby weaving through the ancient walls of my grandmother's Victorian home. Inheriting the estate a mere fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its tranquil nooks and concealed corners, uncovering new enigmas within its time-worn architecture. Tonight, seated in the library, bathed in the soft glow of a vintage brass lamp illuminating leather-bound volumes, my focus kept wandering to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the usual creaks of aged timber or whispers of wind through crevices, this sound possessed a unique quality, akin to water flowing through ancient conduits, yet carrying a melodic cadence. Stories of the house's hidden secrets echoed in my mind, tales my grandmother used to share, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern rumored to lie beneath the foundation. Constructed in a bygone era when rainwater served as a household source, the subterranean chamber had supposedly been sealed off long ago. However, as I listened to the enchanting tune rising from below, a lingering doubt crept in. Could a part of it still be active, concealed in the shadows beneath? With each passing moment, the sound grew clearer, not louder but sharper in its clarity. It resembled the ethereal tones of wind chimes underwater, a paradoxical blend of muted yet crystalline notes, defying logic yet existing harmoniously. Outside, the rain intensified, and with it, the enigmatic resonance seemed to ebb and flow, mirroring the cadence of the weather. Following the enigmatic melody, I wandered the ground floor's corridors, my footsteps silent on the aged hardwood, the house's familiar creaks hushed as if listening intently alongside me. The dancing shadows cast by the brass lamp played tricks on the wallpaper, making the floral patterns appear to sway and breathe in my peripheral vision. Beneath a worn rug in the kitchen, Once belonging to my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a trapdoor previously overlooked. The aged wood felt smooth to the touch, a brass ring pull flush against its surface. The sound resonated more strongly here, a whispered dialogue just beneath the threshold of comprehension. With trembling hands, not from fear but anticipation, I raised the ring, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The cool air rising from below carried the fragrance of mineral-rich water and ancient stone, reminiscent of forgotten wells and caverns. Descending cautiously, each step deliberate, my lamp's amber glow seemed to meld with the very atmosphere. The walls, crafted with precision, spoke of a craftsmanship long lost, while water murmured in the shadows, forming intricate patterns that felt almost deliberate. At the chamber's base, a circular expanse opened up, the cistern stretching into the darkness beyond my lamp's reach. The water's surface mirrored the light, obscuring its depth with shifting reflections like liquid gold. Yet it was the melody that held me spellbound. Here at its source, I comprehended the essence of the enchanting sound. The chamber's acoustics turned each water droplet into a musical note, the rain above filtering through earth and stone, orchestrating a symphony of delicate impacts. The water itself resonated with the chamber, harmonizing in a way that defied conventional fluid dynamics. Standing amidst the musical waters, I discerned something more. Amidst the watery notes, whispers lingered, voices or memories, or perhaps figments of the mind seeking patterns in chaos. They spoke in tongues almost familiar, narrating tales that felt significant yet remained just beyond grasp. Time lost its meaning in that subterranean sanctuary, measured not in hours but in droplets and ripples. The lamp's glow dimmed imperceptibly, the darkness assuming a life of its own, swirling with elusive patterns and subtle shifts. Ascending the stone steps, the night had deepened, the rain subsided, and the mystical melody faded to a faint murmur. Concealing the trapdoor once more beneath the rug, I knew I would return. The cistern's song had become intertwined with the house's very heartbeat, an enigmatic symphony resonating eternally beneath our feet. Each night, as I lay in bed, I strained to catch that ethereal music. Sometimes it rings clear as a bell, other times barely a whisper, teasing my senses. I've learned that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but experienced, felt in the silent spaces between thoughts, in the pauses between raindrops. The cistern's eternal serenade plays to an audience of stone and shadows, and in dreams that blur the line between reality and reverie, I decipher words within the watery melody, messages from a distant past carried on ripples of sound. Yet the ancient wisdom they convey, the forgotten tales they impart, remain elusive, slipping through my grasp like memories of rain. Story 24. In the hushed embrace of the night, the soft murmur of waves caressing ancient rocks filled the air around me as I treaded the meandering path. The silhouette of an old house loomed against the deepening twilight, its weathered facade bearing witness to the passage of time and tempests endured. A salty breeze, heavy with the essence of the sea, mingled with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and weathered stone, enveloping me in a cloak of tranquility. Guided by the gentle beam of my flashlight, shadows danced and swayed, unveiling the overgrown path before me. This place, a legacy from my grandmother, held secrets untold, for she had never spoken of a seaside dwelling. It was only after her passing that a letter from the attorney arrived, carrying with it a set of aged brass keys and documents for a property unbeknownst to me. The deed, a relic from a bygone era, traced its lineage back through generations of my kin in a veil of silence. Beneath my feet, the worn wooden steps whispered softly as I ascended to the porch that wrapped around the house, each creak a tale of yesteryears whispered by the time-worn boards. The key slid effortlessly into the lock, as if the house awaited my presence with bated breath. With a low, melodic groan, the door swung open, revealing an interior suffused with a peculiar warmth, despite its long abandonment. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned with faded floral wallpaper, each petal seeming to sway and shift in the gentle light like an ethereal underwater garden. Veiled in white dust covers, the furniture seemed to breathe, their forms gently undulating in the draft that entered through the open door. At the heart of the main room stood a grandfather clock, its brass pendulum frozen in time, the hands pointing to 3:15, despite the evening hour showing on my watch. A subtle movement caught my eye as the minute hand twitched, a fleeting motion that beckoned my gaze. In the flickering beam of my flashlight, I could swear the hand moved again, defying the laws of time. The floorboards whispered tales of the past as I ventured further into the enigmatic abode, each room a sanctuary of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Silver-framed photographs depicted faces that seemed to shift and change with every glance. Mirrors reflected shadows that danced independently of their sources, and windows offered different vistas depending on the pane one peered through. Within a room that bore the essence of a library, shelves lined with volumes clad in leather and cloth stood as silent sentinels. Their spines, devoid of titles, displayed intricate patterns that seemed to shift and rearrange when my gaze faltered. Amidst the familiar aroma of aged books lingered a subtle blend of saltwater, night-blooming flowers, and a sweetness unnameable. An empty leather armchair faced the window, bearing the imprint of a recent occupant, still radiating warmth. Beside it, a delicate bone china teacup held a lone droplet of golden liquid, capturing the dying light of day. As I ventured further, the ambient temperature of the room fluctuated, akin to traversing invisible currents in a placid stream. The whispers of the waves outside morphed into a melodic cadence, forming words just beyond the threshold of comprehension. Ascending the stairs, I found myself in a hallway flanked by closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura: warmth, a cool zephyr, the echo of distant melodies. The final door, slightly ajar, beckoned with a soft, pearlescent glow that spilled into the chamber beyond. Within the bedroom, a four-poster bed adorned with diaphanous curtains swayed in an imperceptible breeze. A writing desk, strewn with pages of elegant script, standing sentinel beneath the moonlit window. As I drew near, the words dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind blank sheets tinged with the faint scent of ink. The mirror above the desk reflected a room subtly altered from reality, a realm where curtains hung still, and a vacant rocking chair swayed gently. Night had descended fully, casting moonbeams that painted ethereal patterns on the floor, defying the laws of physics. The house, now shrouded in a profound quiet, seemed to hold its breath, every surface exuding a warmth that whispered of life within. In the distance, the grandfather clock intoned, its chimes resonating through the very bones of the house, counting beyond the confines of time itself. Upon my return downstairs, I beheld a metamorphosis wrought by moonlight. The dust covers, undisturbed by my hand, bore creases reminiscent of figures caught in motion. The clock's hands, moving both forward and backward in a mesmerizing dance, cast a shimmering spell in the dim glow. Drawn by an unseen force, I found myself in the kitchen where a second teacup, identical to the one in the library, exuded tendrils of steam. The golden elixir mirrored the hue of the previous brew, its elusive fragrance tantalizing my senses. Gazing out the kitchen window, the seascape seemed altered, the horizon shifting in an unfathomable dance with the moonlit waves. The patterns on the water mirrored those imprinted on the wallpaper, the carpet, and the spectral writing found on the abandoned pages. In that moment of quiet revelation, I comprehended the reason behind my grandmother's silence regarding this house. Some places exist beyond the confines of time, in the interstices of reality, where the tick and tock of the clock hold no dominion. They are to be embraced, felt, and understood, not explained or confined. The house enveloped me in its tender embrace, a familiar warmth akin to a cherished shawl. The taste of the enigmatic tea lingered on my palate, evoking memories of childhood reveries and forgotten melodies. The waves outside conversed in a language now tinged with recognition, a dialect of the soul. Realization dawned upon me. I was meant to linger, if only for a fleeting moment. The house had awaited my presence, just as it had waited for my grandmother and her predecessors. Time ebbed and flowed in mysterious currents, impossible to grasp, yet leaving behind a trace of its passage. Sinking into the leather armchair, my reflection in the window revealed echoes of the past and whispers of the future, indistinct yet palpable. Memories, dreams, and possibilities intertwined, blurring the lines of distinction within this enigmatic realm. The grandfather clock continued its esoteric performance, measuring time in ways unfathomable to the mortal mind. The house breathed, the sea whispered, and in the liminal spaces between moments, past and future converged like tea swirling in a delicate china cup, waiting to be deciphered. Story 25. The soft patter of raindrops against my bedroom window created a tranquil symphony, blending with the whispers of wind caressing the ancient oak trees encircling my Victorian abode. The warm glow of my bedside lamp cast elongated shadows across the weathered hardwood floors, their fluid dances resembling ethereal figures in the dim light. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the delicate nocturnal melodies that most souls overlook. The creaking of the wooden beams, the distant owl's hoot, and the rustling of leaves in the garden below, these were my lullabies of the night. Yet tonight held a different essence. A subtle sound, almost imperceptible, weaved through the familiar nighttime chorus. Initially, I tried to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, as one does when solitude embraces an old house at night. The sound, rhythmic like a breath but not quite human, seemed to echo from all directions and none simultaneously, a gentle inhale and exhale that defied natural explanation. The rain persisted in its steady drumming, almost drowning this new addition to the nocturnal serenade. Wrapped in my grandmother's quilt, its comforting weight grounding me, I lay motionless in bed, focusing on the mysterious breath. It carried a faint hint of lavender, an impossible fusion that puzzled my senses. How could a sound possess a fragrance? Yet there it lingered, intensifying with each passing moment, a sweet floral whisper reminiscent of my grandmother's homemade lavender sachets. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, in sync with the enigmatic breath, a gentle oscillation between warmth and coolness, akin to a fleeting breeze accompanying a slow passerby. The shadows on the wall seemed to pulse gently, while the lamp's illumination remained steadfast. The heavy velvet curtains, fixtures of decades past, swayed ever so slightly, despite all windows being tightly shut against the rain. Transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, I observed as the shadows morphed into more distinct forms. Not menacing or intimidating, but rather enigmatic shapes that flirted with recognition. They resembled old photographs of women in flowing dresses, frozen in time with twirling skirts. The breathing grew slightly more defined, carrying a faint aroma of aged books and tea, mingling with the lavender in an oddly familiar manner. The rain's rhythm shifted, softening and becoming more deliberate, as if it too were captivated by the mysterious presence. My bedside clock ticked steadily, marking time in a realm that seemed suspended between heartbeats. The breathing now held a musical quality, akin to a soft hum, though not yet forming a complete melody. It exuded notes of solace and wistfulness in equal measure, like a half-remembered lullaby from youth. In tune with the gentle sound, I found myself harmonizing my breath with its cadence. Memories, not my own but strangely familiar, surfaced in my mind. Images of summer garden parties, women in white dresses sipping tea beneath the oak trees, children playing in rooms that bore a resemblance to my own, albeit decorated differently. These fleeting visions floated like iridescent soap bubbles through my consciousness. The scent of lavender intensified, accompanied by a soft murmur of piano music, so faint it could have emanated from a distant street or a bygone era. The familiar tune, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, resonated through the room, though I couldn't recall ever learning it. As the night deepened, the mysterious breath carried whispers within it, not coherent words, but echoes of long-forgotten conversations. Laughter, sighs, and the gentle murmur of voices intertwined, creating an ethereal tapestry of sound. The shadows continued their slow waltz on the walls, now accompanied by ephemeral patterns of light that seemed to materialize from nowhere, reminiscent of sunbeams filtering through leaves in the dead of night. Drifting in and out of consciousness, the boundary between dream and reality blurred, much like the shadows on the wall. In these twilight moments of awareness, spectral figures seemed to move through the room, insubstantial, like memories taking corporeal form in the nocturnal air. They moved with grace and intent, oblivious to my presence, tending to affairs long concluded. The rain gradually eased, its rhythmic drumming evolving into a gentle mist. The enigmatic breath persisted, albeit diffusing as if emanating from every corner of the house simultaneously. Fragrances of lavender, beeswax polish, fresh bread, and garden roses intertwined, evoking a cascade of fragmented memories that seemed to belong to the very essence of the house, rather than to any individual inhabitant. With the approaching dawn, signaled by a subtle lightening of the sky beyond my curtains, the enigmatic breath began to wane. Not abruptly, but gradually, akin to a receding tide. The shadows resumed their customary patterns, yet now seemed imbued with a deeper significance, a hidden meaning waiting to be unraveled. The lingering scent of lavender carried a sense of parting, or perhaps a mere interlude until our paths crossed again. As morning broke, I questioned if the experience had been but a dream. However, on my bedside table, where no vase had stood prior, lay a solitary sprig of fresh lavender, its delicate purple blooms glistening with dew. The rain had ceased entirely, leaving behind a world cleansed and renewed. As I commenced my morning rituals, a whisper of the mysterious breath lingered in the air, akin to a conversation paused rather than concluded. On quiet, rainy nights since, a faint trace of lavender wafts through the air, accompanied by the gentle, rhythmic breathing that transcends understanding. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced, their truths residing in the spaces between breaths, in the shadows between moments, in the memories that belong not to us, but to the very fabric of existence. Story 26. The soft patter of rain against the attic windows created a soothing melody, blending seamlessly with the creaks of the old floorboards beneath me. Each shift in my weight released whispers of bygone footsteps, mingling with the dust swirling in the warm glow of the antique lamp. I lost myself in the task of sorting through the family heirlooms, finding solace in the memories and histories tucked away in this forgotten corner of the house. The rain's gentle cadence became a meditative backdrop, occasionally interrupted by distant thunder rolling like waves in the sky. Amidst the attic's treasures, a hidden wooden chest caught my eye, tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its aged surface bore intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the flickering light, hinting at a craftsmanship from a time long past. Drawn to its mysterious presence, I approached with reverence, tracing the moon phases and flowing patterns etched into the wood. The chest exuded a quiet energy, captivating me with its enigmatic allure. As I lifted the lid, a faint scent of cedar and something ancient enveloped me. Inside lay a leather-bound journal, its pages whispering tales of dreams and discoveries from a century ago. The elegant script told of a woman named Elizabeth, who ventured into realms where reality and dreams intertwined like watercolors on wet paper. Her words painted a vivid picture of hidden doorways and the spaces between moments, where the ordinary blurred with the extraordinary. Beside the journal rested a small wooden box, adorned with delicate lunar carvings that mirrored those on the chest. Opening it revealed a solitary object, an uncannily clear mirror, reflecting depths beyond its surface. A cloth-wrapped bundle held a collection of crystals, each imbued with moonlit magic and labeled with dates that echoed Elizabeth's experiences. Untying a faded ribbon revealed letters exchanged between Elizabeth and a kindred spirit, sharing cryptic musings on secret meetings and lunar cycles. Lost in this world of mysteries, I felt the attic's atmosphere shift, as if acknowledging the secrets unearthed. With a sense of reverence, I carefully returned each item to its rightful place in the chest, preserving the enigma that had captivated me. Yet, a subtle change lingered in the air, a shift in perception that whispered of unseen wonders now revealed. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the attic, compelled by a yearning for the unknown. Elizabeth's journal unveiled new revelations with each reading, while the mirror's reflections danced with the moon's phases, revealing hidden truths in the shifting light. Shadows moved against the natural order. Corners of rooms held secrets at twilight, and the rain whispered melodies of another world just beyond reach. Had Elizabeth's discoveries altered my reality, unveiling a realm of wonders previously unseen? Or had her words merely opened my eyes to the mysteries woven into the fabric of existence? The attic remained a sanctuary of secrets, where the chest stood as a silent guardian of untold truths, beckoning me to ponder the mysteries that lay beyond. On quiet afternoons, when the rain's gentle touch embraced the world, I sat beside the chest and pondered Elizabeth's journey. Did she find the answers she sought in the spaces between moments, in the music that only she could hear? As moonlight bathed the attic in a silvery glow, I held the mirror aloft, waiting for its reflection to reveal the hidden realms that lay beyond its surface. The chest had become a keeper of mysteries, a portal to a world where questions outnumbered answers, where the ordinary mingled with the extraordinary. The rain continued to fall, its rhythm a lullaby of endless possibilities, weaving a tapestry of dreams and whispers that carried me into the realms of sleep and wonder. And in those quiet moments between raindrops, I listened for the echoes of Elizabeth's music, ready to follow its ethereal melody into the unknown. Story 27. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a melodic rhythm that whispered of age-old mysteries. Standing before the weathered door, my coat weighed down by the dampness, I gazed at the lamplight flickering behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening wind, the Wanderer's Inn, its faded letters still visible in the encroaching darkness. There was an eerie allure to the place, beckoning me beyond mere shelter from the autumn storm. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow emanating from the warm light, or the shadows lurking in the corners, deeper than natural. My fingers traced the intricate carvings on the doorframe, spirals that seemed to shift and morph beneath my touch. The door swung open easily, as if eager to welcome me in. The scent of wood smoke mixed with a hint of something sweeter, maybe lavender or sage, wafted through the air. Entering the common room, I found it both spacious and cozy, dominated by a grand stone fireplace along one wall. Comfortable chairs and small tables scattered around, most unoccupied except for a few solitary travelers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair catching the fire's glow, greeted me with a smile that held unspoken tales and hidden truths. "Welcome, traveler," her voice resonated like mulled wine on a wintry night. "You've arrived precisely in time." I wished to inquire further, but my words dissolved like mist on my tongue. Instead, I followed her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to ripple with elusive patterns, flowers resembling faces, vines mimicking ancient symbols. My room, number 7 at the end of the hall, awaited me, though I couldn't recall discussing my duration of stay or settling payment. The door handle felt cool as I turned it, and faint music, reminiscent of a forgotten lullaby played on an unknown instrument, echoed in the distance. The room matched my expectations, yet held a mysterious allure. A four-poster bed with deep burgundy curtains stood against one wall, their gentle sway unprovoked by any breeze. A writing desk faced the window, offering a view of expansive gardens that seemed too vast for the inn's exterior. The well-trodden wooden floor exuded a timeless charm, bearing witness to countless footsteps over the years. As I made myself comfortable, shedding my damp coat and boots, I noticed subtle details shifting when I averted my gaze. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected movements that defied reality, and the shadows in the room's corners seemed to breathe in sync with the distant rainfall. That night, I drifted into a profound slumber, enveloped in blankets carrying the elusive fragrance of unfamiliar herbs. My dreams were filled with murmurs of conversations in languages on the edge of comprehension, and fleeting glimpses of other travelers, some clad in garments of bygone eras, others in attire beyond my understanding. Morning arrived not abruptly, but like a gentle tide, the light filtering through the window possessing an otherworldly quality. Descending to the common room, I found it both empty and brimming with a palpable aura, as if echoes of conversations from all eras lingered in the air like suspended dust particles in sunbeams. The innkeeper appeared with a steaming cup of tea I hadn't ordered, yet it seemed precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her knowing smile hinting at answers already known. The tea tasted of memories unmade and places unvisited. Throughout the day, guests came and went with a dreamlike quality. A man in a worn coat penned letters that faintly glowed in the afternoon light. A young woman with star-strewn hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until one averted their gaze. An elderly gentleman by the fire conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps a presence visible only through certain eyes. Time flowed peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals materialized when needed, their preparation unseen. The sunlight through the windows defied conventional timekeeping, and the garden vistas shifted, each familiar yet subtly different. Come evening, I felt drawn to a library I could swear wasn't there that morning. Books lined the walls, their titles in ever-changing scripts when I attempted to decipher them. The room exuded the scent of aged leather, time, and boundless potential. An open book on a stand captivated me. Its pages brimmed with tales of travelers at pivotal crossroads, of inns existing betwixt moments, and of gatekeepers guiding wandering souls. That night, as rain lulled me to sleep, I grasped a profound truth about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls didn't merely shield travelers from the elements, they sheltered moments from time itself. Every creak of the floor, every flickering lamplight, every hushed hallway conversation existed in the now and had repeated countless times before. The notion of departing crossed my mind come morning, but upon awakening, I found my direction and destination shrouded in uncertainty. The innkeeper merely smiled when I inquired about payment or departure arrangements. "The inn keeps its own time," she remarked, refilling my cup with a liquid shimmering like memories. "And all linger precisely as long as needed." Days or weeks melded together, time fluid as the shifting wallpaper patterns. I engaged in lengthy dialogues with guests who may or may not have been there, delved into books whose words rearranged in my absence, and strolled through gardens embodying all seasons concurrently. Some mornings, I discovered notes on my desk penned in my handwriting but expressing thoughts I didn't recollect. They spoke of journeys awaiting and revelations yet to unfold, the ink gleaming with boundless potential, at times altering as I folded the papers away. Gradually, I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn transcended mere space. It embodied a moment elongated into sanctuary, a pause in time's ceaseless flow, where wayfarers could discover or perhaps lose themselves in just the right manner. The innkeeper wasn't solely a person, but a guardian of this fleeting moment, this interstice between realms where travelers could rest not only their bodies but their narratives. One morning, if morning indeed describes that transitional instant, I sensed it was time to resume my journey. My boots awaited by the door, though I couldn't recall removing them for the last time. My coat hung on a hook, simultaneously aged and new. The innkeeper stood at the entrance, though I hadn't glimpsed her on my descent. "Will I find my way back?" I posed, though the question I truly meant remained unspoken. Her smile, laden with omniscience yet guarded secrets, held all answers yet divulged none. "Those seeking the inn always discover it," she replied, "though its guise may differ upon return." Stepping into a world both familiar and foreign, memories that seemed more akin to dreams accompanied me. The sign creaked gently in the breeze, and as I cast a final glance backward, the inn appeared to shift and blur, akin to a reflection distorted by a tranquil rain. Nights when rain whispered its particular tune or fragrances of nameless herbs wafted by, I found myself yearning for a weathered door adorned with spirals, for windows aglow with an ethereal light, and occasionally, just occasionally, the soft creak of a sign bearing "The Wanderer's Inn" would reach my ears, though whether memory or harbinger of what lies ahead, I could never quite discern. Story 28. The quiet murmur of rain against the aged stone walls set a gentle, hypnotic tempo that reverberated through the vast castle's vacant corridors. From my temporary lodging, I observed as raindrops meandered down the leaded glass panes, their journey illuminated by distant flashes of lightning. Flickering candlelight cast warm, dancing shadows that seemed to inhale and exhale with the flicker of the flames. Newly bestowed as the caretaker of this majestic edifice, I had arrived just before the onset of autumn tempests. The former caretaker had departed abruptly, leaving behind solely a weathered journal, brimming with enigmatic annotations and peculiar musings. Its pages carried the musty fragrance of antiquity, mingled with a hint of something floral, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I turned its pages. The castle itself stood as a testament to medieval craftsmanship, its weather-beaten stones cradling centuries of narratives within their rough exteriors. Tapestries adorned the walls, their hues softened by time, yet still recounting tales of ancient feasts and revelries. In the hush of stillness, when the wind ebbed, I could almost discern the ghostly echoes of bygone festivities carried by the perpetual draft weaving through the passageways. Tonight, with the storm intensifying, I noticed an anomaly in the way shadows traversed the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on an intangible presence, akin to observing smoke wafting through water. It brought to mind an entry from the old caretaker's journal, detailing what he termed the castle's breath. Initially dismissed as the fanciful scribblings of a solitary soul, now I harbored doubts. Descending the spiral staircase, my footfalls muffled by the thick carpet runner cloaking the worn steps, the air grew cooler as I ventured downward, carrying the earthy essence of the castle's foundations. Before me sprawled the expansive great hall, its lofty ceiling vanishing into obscurity above. Rain drummed a tranquil cadence against the towering windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. Moving through the expanse, I detected subtle variations in certain areas, pockets of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings. It evoked the sensation of stepping into sunlit patches on a cloudy day, yet here, no sun rays created such anomalies. Referencing the journal anew, I stumbled upon a passage where the former caretaker had documented these very anomalies, labeling them as the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred faintly, devoid of any discernible breeze. Approaching a particularly exquisite piece depicting a medieval hunt, its threads gleaming dimly in the waning light, I felt an unmistakable sense of scrutiny. Not malevolent, but inquisitive, as though the castle itself observed its latest custodian. Within the journal, I discovered allusions to similar encounters, chronicled in increasingly intricate detail. The erstwhile caretaker had begun to decipher patterns in the castle's comportment, how specific chambers would warm prior to a storm, how the tapestries would shift in particular sequences, how the very air seemed to pulsate with a slow, steady rhythm akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours slipped away as I delved deeper, jotting down my observations alongside the historical annotations. The storm outside raged on, yet within the castle's confines, an unexplainable tranquility enveloped me. The thunder, typically foreboding, now resonated like the satisfied exhalations of an ancient entity. Lightning bestowed fleeting, resplendent bursts upon the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic hues that pirouetted across the stone floors. In the library, a revelation awaited. The former caretaker had noted that during robust storms, the books would seemingly arrange themselves in peculiar configurations. Tonight, I bore witness as leather-bound tomes shifted imperceptibly on their shelves, their spines aligning in a manner that caught the candlelight uniquely. It was not alarming, rather, it felt akin to witnessing a clandestine performance, as if the castle divulged one of its enigmas to me. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonant tones reverberating through the empty chambers. With the final toll fading, I discerned another alteration in the room's atmosphere. The air crackled, akin to the moment preceding a summer downpour, yet instead of escalating, it settled into a gentle warmth that enveloped me like a comforting cloak. I gravitated towards a specific section of the library, where the former caretaker had evidently spent a significant amount of time, as evidenced by the well-worn chair and the profusion of scribblings in his journal. Here, the shadows cavorted uniquely, forming patterns that almost resembled inscriptions upon the walls. The erstwhile caretaker had endeavored to decode these ethereal messages, filling pages with plausible interpretations. As the night deepened, I comprehended why he had been ensnared. The castle was not merely a structure. It embodied something more profound, something animate in its own peculiar manner. The stones did not merely retain memories, they seemed to exhale them into the atmosphere, imparting them to those receptive to listening. In the final entry of the journal, the former caretaker inscribed something that now resonated profoundly. The castle does not unveil its secrets. It imparts them, akin to a grandmother imparting tales to a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, but to be experienced, to be lived within. Each night ushers in new murmurs, new patterns, new exhalations of ancient air bearing fragments of bygone eras. Penning my inaugural entry in a fresh journal, the storm persisted in its tranquil siege upon the castle ramparts. The shadows continued their waltz, the tapestries their subtle motions, and the atmosphere continued to pulse with its inscrutable warmth. I realized that my purpose here was not to unearth the castle's secrets or elucidate its mysteries. I was here to be a part of its ongoing saga, to contribute my own breath to its age-old rhythms, to join the myriad others who had traversed these corridors and sensed the edifice's gentle, animate presence. The candlelight flickered, and I observed as my silhouette mingled with the others cavorting across the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door whispered softly, and I smiled, acknowledging that the castle was merely turning another page in its eternal chronicle. Tonight, as the storm enveloped us both, I felt I had discovered not merely a role or a place of residence, but a sanctuary within these living walls, where each night ushered in new whispers of ancient lore, and each shadow harbored the allure of another tranquil mystery awaiting revelation. Story 29. The gentle autumn rain tapped lightly against my window, a soothing melody that seemed to lull the world to sleep. Wrapped snugly in a wool blanket, I settled into my favorite armchair, watching as the darkness crept over the old garden outside. The raindrops caught the fading light, shimmering like liquid silver as they cascaded down the glass panes. Amidst this tranquil scene, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A soft green light flickering between the ancient oak trees at the garden's edge. Barely visible through the veil of rain, the light swayed with a graceful rhythm, resembling the gentle sway of an old lantern carried by unseen hands. Its hue was not of this world, a phosphorescent shade that evoked memories of fireflies on a summer night. Drawn to this mysterious glow, I found myself captivated by its hypnotic dance among the trees. The rain continued its symphony, now accompanied by the rustle of leaves in the wind. Memories of my grandmother's tales about spirits lingering in the garden resurfaced, stories woven in her melodic voice that once seemed mere bedtime fables. Yet as I gazed at the ethereal green light, a spark of wonder ignited within me. Leaving the comfort of my chair, I pressed my hand against the cool glass, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. The green light responded to my touch, growing brighter, its movements deliberate. It weaved a mesmerizing pattern through the trees, leaving a faint trail of luminescence in its wake, like a fleeting dream. The grandfather clock chimed 9, its deep tones resonating through the silent house, each toll reverberating in harmony with the pulsing green light. Breath misted the window as I watched, spellbound by the mysterious interplay of light and sound. Driven by a curiosity both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat, its comforting scent of old books and hearth enveloping me. Stepping outside, the rain had turned to a gentle mist, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn leaves on its cool breeze. The garden path felt alive beneath my feet, each step producing a soft squelch, accompanied by the gentle percussion of water droplets from the overhanging branches. As I drew closer to the green light, the air thickened, charged with an energy that tingled on my skin. Within the trees, the light beckoned, a spherical glow hovering at chest height, its edges soft and fluid like a watercolor painting in the rain. Shadows danced and shifted, casting an enchanting spell over the familiar landscape, imbuing it with a sense of otherworldly wonder. Approaching the light, raindrops fell lazily around it, time itself seeming to slow in its presence. Each droplet captured the green glow, forming a constellation of emerald stars suspended in midair. The sphere stirred, leading me deeper into the garden, its path winding through trees that bore an unfamiliar allure. The air was heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers, their perfume both sweet and alien, as I followed the light through the hidden paths of the garden. Time lost its hold, marked only by the steady rhythm of rainfall and the soft cadence of my footsteps. At a clearing unknown to me, an ancient stone well stood at its heart, covered in moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above it, casting its radiance into the depths below. Intricate symbols adorned the well's rim, shifting and morphing with an elusive quality that defied direct focus. Descending into the well, the light illuminated the carved symbols, each emitting a soft glow of its own, creating a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. An ancient energy pulsed in the air, as if the very earth held its breath in anticipation of a revelation long awaited. Peering into the depths, I glimpsed otherworldly lights, blues, purples, and golds, swirling in mysterious patterns far below, accompanied by a haunting melody that rose from the depths like a distant memory. As I stepped back from the well, the rain ceased, leaving a stillness that enveloped the garden in an eerie hush. Though the green light had vanished, the symbols on the well continued to pulse softly, in rhythm with my heartbeat, as I retraced my steps back to the house. The garden seemed changed, the trees whispering secrets beyond my comprehension as I passed. Gazing back at the window where the well should have been, I saw only the familiar shadows of trees. On quiet rainy nights, I still sit by the window, watching the garden. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions of rain and earthy scents carried by the wind, I glimpse the gentle green glow between the trees. It calls to me, hinting at untold secrets. Yet I've learned that some mysteries are meant to remain veiled, existing in the delicate balance between knowledge and awe. The well has not reappeared, at least not in its original spot. But on certain nights, the echo of water and music fills the air, accompanied by the faint pulse of green light at the edge of perception. And in those moments, I realize that the greatest mysteries need not be unraveled. They simply need to be embraced, allowed to transform us in their gentle, enigmatic way. Story 30. As the dry leaves rustled gently against my window on that autumn evening, a peculiar melody filled the air, distinct from the usual chaotic whispers of the wind. Intrigued, I set aside my book and focused on the soft scratching sounds, letting them envelop my senses. The ancient house settled around me, its comforting creaks blending with the rhythmic dance of the leaves. Bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp, I sat in my grandfather's cherished leather armchair, a relic of bygone days. The amber light created a serene haven amidst encroaching darkness, casting elongated shadows across the polished wooden floors. Outside, the sun had vanished beyond the horizon, painting the sky in deep purple hues that seeped through the windows like watercolors on canvas. It was then that I discerned a pattern in the leaves' gentle movements. Their dance against the glass held a structured rhythm, akin to a coded message or a deliberate speech cadence. The recurring soft crescendos and fades of their whispers were oddly soothing, reminiscent of waves caressing a distant shore. Compelled by an unexplainable curiosity, I abandoned my book and approached the window. The evening air bore the crisp scent of autumn, a blend of decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a sweet chill that heralded the season's arrival. Drawing closer to the window, I observed the swirling leaves more closely. Golden and brown, they twirled gracefully in the encroaching darkness, their edges catching the last remnants of daylight. Each leaf seemed to move with purpose, as if partaking in a natural ballet of intricate design. The longer I watched, the more convinced I grew that this display was no mere product of the evening breeze. Leaning in, my breath fogging the glass, I noticed shapes forming amidst the swirling leaves. Though not entirely clear, these shapes hinted at organized patterns, almost on the verge of recognition before dissolving back into chaos, akin to fleeting faces in billowing clouds. A subtle drop in temperature pervaded the room, despite the steady hum of the old radiator. A shiver coursed through me, not solely from the cold. The leaf song evolved, adopting a mournful undertone that stirred distant memories from my childhood, a forgotten lullaby or a folk tune my grandmother used to hum. Unconsciously, I found myself humming along, the ancient melody resonating deep within me. In response, the leaves intensified their dance, forming intricate spirals that shifted clockwise and then counterclockwise, a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of autumnal colors. My hand grabbed towards the window latch, as if compelled by an unseen force. A part of me yearned to unlatch the window, to immerse myself fully in the enchanting leaf song, to bridge the divide between us. The cool touch of the metal latch gave me pause, uncertainty flickering within me. Rationality whispered to step back, to dispel the enchantment that had woven its spell over the evening. Yet, the allure of the haunting melody was overwhelming, promising revelations to unasked questions. With hesitant fingers, I pondered opening the window, allowing the leaf song to flood the room unrestricted. Beyond the glass, the leaves pressed closer, their urgency palpable in the deepening twilight. Despite the night's arrival, their luminescence remained undimmed, glowing like embers stirred by a ghostly breath. A sudden creak from the aging house jolted me from my reverie, reminding me of the passage of time. Startled, I withdrew from the window, the room now chilled, my forgotten book a lonely figure in the lamplight. Reluctantly, I released the window latch, the leaf song shifting into a melancholic sigh of farewell. The intricate patterns dissolved, the leaves drifting away, to to reunite with the nocturnal chaos outside. Yet even as I returned to my seat and retrieved my book, the haunting melody lingered in the air. It intertwined with the familiar sounds of the house, the ticking of the old clock, the whisper of floorboards, the rustle of pages turning. In the quietude of night, on the cusp of slumber, the leafy chorus seemed to form words, ancient and almost comprehensible. That night, the window remained shut, and a lingering curiosity danced in my thoughts. What if I had opened it? Would the leaves have simply scattered across the floor, or would something else have slipped inside, a presence awaiting patiently since time immemorial? Each evening, the autumn winds carried the leaves to perform their nocturnal ballet against my window. Their song, as enchanting as ever, whispered of enigmatic promises and veiled mysteries. I chose to keep the window sealed, content with letting some enigmas remain unsolved. Yet in the stillness of midnight, that eerie melody sometimes resurfaces, and the leaves outside rustle in acknowledgement, as if recalling our shared encounter in the shadows of the night. Story 31. In the hush of the forest, raindrops whispered secrets to the leaves, painting a tranquil symphony as I wandered along the winding path. Each step I took was muffled by the soft embrace of pine needles underfoot, guiding me deeper into the heart of the woods. The late afternoon light filtered through the canopy in gentle, ethereal beams, casting a spell of serenity over everything it touched. The air was heavy with the earthy perfume of damp soil and moss, intertwined with the sweet aroma of wild mushrooms scattered like hidden treasures along the forest floor. Solitude had always been my companion on these solitary walks, a familiar comfort in the embrace of nature. But today was different. A subtle shift in the air that beckoned me forward with a mysterious allure. The path meandered in unfamiliar twists, and the ancient trees, towering sentinels of time, seemed to lean in closer, their branches swaying in a breeze I could not feel at ground level, whispering secrets known only to the forest. As I delved further into the woods, wisps of mist began to rise from the earth, twirling around the tree trunks like ghostly tendrils, enveloping me in a cool embrace. The rain persisted in its gentle rhythm, but now it carried a new melody, a siren's call that tugged at my senses, drawing me deeper into the wood's embrace. Through the veil of mist, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Weathered stone walls, cloaked in emerald moss, emerged from the shadows between the trees. These ancient barriers, no taller than my chest, bore intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the shifting light. Entranced, I reached out to touch the moss-covered stones, feeling a faint warmth radiating from within, a subtle hum reverberating through my fingertips. The moss was velvety soft, emitting a faint, ethereal glow that intensified as daylight waned. Without conscious intent, I found myself following the labyrinthine walls as they twisted and turned, revealing a tapestry of ever-changing patterns etched in stone. Each corner unveiled new wonders, vibrant mosses, lichens in hues of green, silver, and midnight blue, and delicate flowers with petals like shimmering moonlight. The outside world faded into obscurity as I navigated the labyrinth's winding paths. The rain's cadence shifted once more, now echoing the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The mist danced at my feet, mirroring the intricate designs on the walls, while distant echoes of wind chimes filled the air, though no breeze stirred the stillness around me. Time lost its grip, flowing like a river with no banks. Minutes blurred into hours, yet the soft, diffused light remained constant, an ever-present glow that seemed to emanate from the very soul of the forest. The stone walls told stories of ages past as I traced their intricate carvings, ancient trees swaying in forgotten groves, enigmatic beings whose forms defied human understanding. Turning a final corner, I stumbled upon a circular clearing nestled within the heart of the labyrinth. At its center, a pool of still water, dark as night, reflected the shifting patterns of raindrops that disturbed its surface. Surrounding the pool, Stone benches curved in silent invitation, each surface alive with the same enigmatic designs that adorned the walls. Seating myself on one of the benches, I felt the warmth of the stone seep through my clothing, grounding me in the mystique of the moment. Raindrops formed concentric circles on the pool, each ripple a dance of ephemeral light that flickered and faded. Beneath the surface, shadows stirred, hinting at memories long forgotten, dreams half remembered, or perhaps something beyond comprehension. The distant chimes drew nearer, merging with the rain's melody and the forest's whispered secrets, weaving a harmony that resonated deep within my being. The mist continued its ethereal ballet around the clearing, shaping fleeting figures that dissolved into the void. As I gazed into the pool, visions unfurled before my eyes, a library where books turned their own pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in an eternal cycle, a staircase spiraling into infinite darkness. Were these glimpses of reality, echoes of distant realms, or merely illusions spun from the labyrinth's enigmatic aura? Lost in contemplation, I felt myself melding with the labyrinth's ancient song, a melody that transcended time and space. Eventually, emerging from my reverie, I noticed a subtle shift in the labyrinth's design. Where one entrance had stood, now three paths beckoned, identical in their allure, each shrouded in mist and mystery. The stone walls pulsed with an inner light, casting dancing shadows that whispered of unseen truths. Though the fading light hinted at impending darkness, I knew not which path to choose, yet somehow it seemed inconsequential. Each path, I realized, would lead me precisely where I needed to be, a destination veiled in the labyrinth's cryptic wisdom. Rising from the stone bench, I selected a passage at random, guided by the echoes of chimes and the haunting song of the stones. The mist parted before me, unveiling the path step by step, a journey into the unknown bathed in tranquility. Fear found no haven within me, replaced instead by a profound sense of peace, as if I had stumbled upon a long-forgotten secret waiting to be rediscovered. The rain persisted in its gentle descent, the mist swirled in an intricate dance, and above, unseen stars twinkled through the veiled canopy, their presence a mystery unto itself. The forest path I had known had vanished, replaced by my own garden as I emerged from the labyrinth's embrace. The ancient stone walls transformed into blossoming bushes, their mystical patterns fading into the ordinary shadows of dusk. The rain had ceased, yet droplets lingered on leaves and petals, reflecting the fading light like shards of crystal. Still, I catch fleeting glimpses of the labyrinth's shifting patterns in the corner of my eye, or hear echoes of distant chimes on the edge of slumber. The labyrinth's melody lingers in my dreams, a siren's call drawing me back to its enigmatic depths. On rainy days, when mist snakes through the air and light dances in elusive patterns, I find myself searching for the hidden pathways among the trees, wondering if the labyrinth yet waits, eager to unveil its timeless enchantment to another seeker. Perhaps it exists only in the realm between reality and reverie, a fleeting mirage of wonder and mystery. Or perhaps it endures, concealed in plain view, revealing itself solely to those attuned to its cryptic allure. Regardless, its essence remains with me, a gentle reminder of the boundless mysteries that enfold our world, awaiting discovery by those willing to embrace the unknown. The rain's soft cadence, the mist's ethereal dance. In a forest both real and imagined, an ancient labyrinth of stone continues its eternal waltz with time and memory, a testament to the enduring magic that lies just beyond the veil of perception, beckoning to the intrepid souls who dare to wander its hallowed paths. Story 32. In the quiet of the night, raindrops tapped gently on the roof of my new abode, a weathered Victorian manor cloaked in mystery. The realtor's hushed tones and the inexplicably low price hinted at secrets buried deep within its walls. As I gazed out through tall windows, the garden swayed with autumn's breath, leaves pirouetting in a dance with the wind. The dim light of a lamp painted the room in shadows that flickered and twisted, playing tricks on the eye. The house, adorned with antique furnishings but devoid of personal artifacts, exuded an air of both familiarity and enigma, like a dream that lingers at the edge of memory. The fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow that danced off the crystal chandelier, its light refracting into kaleidoscopic patterns on the walls. A grandfather clock chimed, its deep tones muffled as if veiled by a spectral mist. Counting the chimes, I realized the passage of time seemed fluid within these walls, bending to the house's will. A soft breeze whispered through the room, carrying scents of old tomes and something sweeter, like secrets wrapped in petals. Exploring the labyrinthine rooms, I found myself in a library filled with ancient volumes in unknown tongues, their leather spines pulsing with forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, frozen in time, juxtaposed antiquity with modernity, a clash of eras frozen in a dance of contrasts. Climbing the staircase, each step sang a different note, a haunting melody that followed me through the house's shifting dimensions. The upstairs hallway stretched endlessly, adorned with surreal paintings of landscapes that defied reality. Moonlight bathed the master bedroom, casting shadows that danced in silence, the mirror occasionally lagging behind my reflection. Behind a closet door, a hidden space beckoned, its depths defying the laws of physics. The basement door remained locked, its mysteries tantalizingly out of reach. In the quiet hours, strange melodies drifted through the floorboards, a ghostly symphony haunting the night. Time wavered within the manor, days stretching into eternities, weeks passing like fleeting whispers. The house mirrored my emotions, expanding and contracting with my moods, a living entity attuned to my innermost thoughts. Visitors came and went, their memories fading like echoes in the empty rooms. Dreams intertwined with reality, weaving tales of bygone eras and impossible futures. The house, a palimpsest of time, revealed glimpses of its myriad histories, each layer a story waiting to be told. As candlelight flickers in the darkness, the rain sings a lullaby on the roof, the clock's chimes a symphony of forgotten hours. Embracing the enigma, I surrender to the house's mysteries, letting its whispers guide me through the corridors of time. In this timeless sanctuary, I find solace in the silence, in the secrets that linger in the shadows. The house, a nexus of past and present, of dreams and reality, beckons me to unravel its tapestry of tales. And as I drift into slumber, I know that within these walls I am home, a part of a story that transcends the boundaries of time and space. Story 33. The soft murmur of autumn leaves swayed gently against the aged wooden fence, providing a serene backdrop to my evening stroll. I had recently taken up residence in the historic Victorian dwelling situated at the far end of Maple Row, lured by its faded grandeur and the allure of seclusion it promised. The expansive wraparound porch and intricate gingerbread detailing spoke of days long past, but it was the sprawling backyard that truly captured my imagination. The evening breeze carried the nostalgic fragrance of decaying leaves, mingled with the crisp tang of impending frost. Standing on the back porch, observing the sun's dance of warm hues, painting the clouds in amber and blush, my gaze was drawn to an intriguing sight. Beyond the unruly tangle of rose bushes and wild grapevines, a glint of metal caught my eye in the fading light. Intrigued, I descended the creaking steps of the porch, feeling the weathered wood yield softly beneath my feet. The grass, tall and damp with evening dew, left dark imprints on my shoes as I ventured further into the yard. Parting a curtain of drooping willow branches, I found myself breathless at the sight before me. Nestled in a clearing previously unnoticed, stood an old playground. The metal frame of a swing set rose from the ground like the ribs of an ancient creature, its chain seat swaying ever so gently in the stillness. A rusty slide curved gracefully downward, its surface etched with patterns resembling delicate frost. A diminutive merry-go-round, its paint faded to ethereal pastels, stood motionless, frozen in time, awaiting hands that had long since outgrown its charms. That inaugural evening, I stood spellbound, witnessing the deepening twilight transform the playground into a realm of shadows. The faint clinking of swing chains, barely audible, stirred the air, almost imperceptible. As darkness enveloped the yard like a velvet cloak, I could swear I heard the distant echo of children's laughter, carried on the night breeze like wind chimes in a storm. Every subsequent evening, an invisible pull drew me back to the forgotten playground. I would bring a book and settle on the weathered wooden bench nearby, its slats polished smooth by years of weathering. Occasionally, from the corner of my eye, I glimpsed fleeting movements. A swing swaying as if recently vacated, the merry-go-round subtly shifting, footprints materializing in the morning dew where none had been the night before. On a particularly hushed evening, under the watchful gaze of the full moon above the trees, I heard it, the unmistakable creak of the swing set's frame. Looking up from my book, I beheld one swing moving in a perfect arc, seemingly propelled by unseen hands. The chain links glinted in the moonlit glow, and a strange warmth pervaded the air, defying the autumn chill. That night marked the beginning of further revelations. Small toys would appear in the playground, a worn, smooth red rubber ball, a neatly coiled jump rope at the slide's base, chalk drawings materializing on the concrete foundation of the swing set, only to vanish with the morning dew. Each item seemed to belong to a different era, as if the playground transcended time itself. Inquiries made to neighbors yielded conflicting tales regarding the playground's origins. Some insisted it was constructed in the 1950s for a neighborhood that never materialized, while others claimed it was a newer addition, possibly from the 1970s, yet inexplicably aged. An elderly woman, her gaze distant with reminiscence, recounted playing there as a child, though the dates she mentioned failed to align. With the progression of autumn into winter, the enigmas surrounding the playground deepened. On snowy mornings, fresh childlike footprints would crisscross the yard, leading solely to the playground but never away from it. The swing would at times retain warmth, even after the coldest nights, and on particularly calm evenings, children's melodies would waft through the air, just at the edge of perception. I commenced documenting the playground's anomalies in a journal, recording each inexplicable event. The melodic hum of the wind through the metal, creating tunes that felt almost familiar. The cryptic rust patterns that surfaced and faded, forming what seemed like inscriptions in an unreadable script. The persistent sensation that the playground thrived more vibrantly by night than by day, existing in a liminal realm between wakefulness and dreams. Some nights, roused by the gentle squeak of the merry-go-round spinning, its somber rhythm seeping through my bedroom window, I would witness it revolving slowly in the moon's glow, unaccompanied yet not solitary. The playground exuded a presence, not menacing but vigilant, as though it safeguarded memories too precious to fade entirely. With the advent of spring, I found myself drawn to the playground more frequently. Swinging on the swings, feeling their gentle sway, I sometimes caught faint whispers carried on the breeze, children's voices sharing secrets and dreams, crafting endless game plans. The playground seemed suspended in perpetual twilight, where the boundaries between past and present, reality and fantasy, blurred incessantly. Occasionally, passing by the slide, I would glimpse a reflection in its metallic surface, not quite mirroring my own. A child's countenance perchance, or several children, their visages indistinct yet their smiles vivid and pure. Never did fear encroach upon me in the playground, even on the darkest nights. Instead, I basked in a sensation of being welcomed into something timeless and ongoing, a story unfolding over decades, its rules decipherable solely by those who had long outgrown childhood and departed. The playground harbored their mirth, their sorrow, their scraped knees and hard-won triumphs, encapsulating them like treasures in amber. Presently, as I pen these words by lamplight, observing the shadows frolic across my journal's pages, the familiar creaking of the swing set reaches my ears. Tonight, the sound is clearer, accompanied by the gentle shuffle of shoes on familiar terrain. I am aware that should I glance out my window, I might witness a sight defying logic. Children at play in the moon's radiance, their forms translucent as morning mist, or perchance merely the empty playground, standing sentinel in the shadows, awaiting the next cohort of dreamers to unearth its enchantment. Yet I refrain. Instead, I immerse myself in the soothing symphony of metal and memory, pondering the plethora of narratives the playground harbors, the countless instances of joy and discovery it has observed. Come morning, new chalk drawings will materialize, new toys arranged in meticulous patterns, new enigmas demanding contemplation. The playground safeguards its enigmas closely, divulging them solely to those who comprehend that certain places transcend the conventional flow of time, existing in a realm where childhood endures indefinitely. And at times on the stillest nights, when the moon waxes full and the air teems with potential, I still catch echoes of those distant laughs, borne on the breeze like dandelion seeds, drifting through the eternal twilight of the forgotten playground, where each game persists, each tale unfolds, and each swing remains in motion, propelled by hands that imprinted their essence decades ago, yet never truly departed. Story 34. In the soft rustle of wind through autumn leaves, I found myself wandering along a forest path one evening. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, fallen leaves turning to earth, mushrooms peeking from hidden corners, and the fading perfume of summer flowers yielding to the embrace of fall. As the setting sun cast long shadows across my path, the tree branches extended like delicate fingers, reaching out to touch the fading light. These evening strolls had always brought me solace, a respite from the confined spaces of indoor life. The forest offered a different kind of silence, one teeming with whispers of life, a symphony of subtle movements and distant calls. But on this particular night, a shift in the air hinted at something unusual. The usual chorus of crickets seemed hushed, as if awaiting a signal in the deepening twilight. The first owl's call pierced the quiet as the sun dipped below the horizon, a familiar sound that often accompanied my nocturnal explorations. Yet it was not the lone call that caught my attention, but the response that followed. Another owl echoed back, its voice carrying a melody unfamiliar to my ears. Soon more calls joined in, creating a haunting harmony that halted my steps. The calls multiplied, weaving together in a mysterious symphony that seemed to defy the laws of nature. The air grew cooler, a fine mist rising from the forest floor like spectral tendrils. Through the veil of mist, I observed the shadows between the trees moving in a mesmerizing dance of their own, independent of the fading light. Time lost its grip on me, my watch frozen in the timeless moment. The mist thickened, revealing ethereal shapes that moved with a grace akin to celestial beings in a slow, enchanting ballet. These forms seemed to respond to the owl's song, swaying in perfect rhythm to the haunting melody. As the twilight deepened, hints of wings, ancient eyes, and shifting forms flickered within the mist, blurring the lines between reality and dream. Entranced, I swayed with the forest's pulse, the mist enveloping me like a comforting shroud. Despite the eerie spectacle unfolding before me, a sense of profound peace settled within my soul, as if I had stumbled upon a sacred ritual as old as time itself. The owl's song evolved, each note carrying layers of meaning just beyond my grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their dance growing more intricate, offering glimpses of otherworldly realms amidst the twilight haze. Walking again, guided by the haunting melody and the silent guardians of mist, I traversed a path that felt both familiar and foreign, straddling the realms of reality and enchantment. Minutes or hours slipped by unnoticed, the music leading me through a realm where time held no dominion. Familiar landmarks appeared altered by the night's magic, imbued with a mystical essence that lingered in the fading mist. Approaching the forest's edge, the otherworldly chorus began to fade, each owl's voice falling silent until only one remained, the gentle hoot that initiated the spectral symphony. And then silence descended, pregnant with untold secrets. Emerging from the trees, my watch resumed its ticking, indicating only an hour had passed, though my experience defied such measurement. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the ensuing days, I continued my twilight walks, yearning for a glimpse of that mysterious chorus and its ethereal audience. Occasionally, on silent nights, a faint echo of that haunting harmony would reach my ears, or a fleeting movement would catch my eye at the edge of perception. Yet, the full symphony remained elusive, a memory that felt more tangible than reality itself. The forest harbored its enigmas, unveiling them only in moments of perfect twilight, where the boundaries of existence blurred. Still, I tread the forest paths at dusk, pausing to listen when the solitary owl called into the encroaching darkness. And sometimes, in rare moments, I sensed a faint response in the air, carrying the promise of another dance between shadow and light, guided by the timeless song of the owls. Story 35. In the dimming forest, autumn rain softly pattered against the leaves, creating a soothing symphony. Each droplet carried secrets, whispering as it cascaded through the golden and crimson foliage. Along the old hiking trail, my boots made gentle squishing sounds on the damp earth, while the earthy scent of decaying leaves filled my lungs with each breath. The fading light filtered through the canopy, casting everything in hues of amber and gray, luring me deeper into the woods than ever before. The familiar markers of my usual path had vanished, replaced by ancient trees reaching out like old friends sharing hidden truths. Walking, I heard the sound of moving water emerging gradually from the forest's melody. At first faint, it grew stronger, drawing me forward with a magnetic pull. The path sloped downward, winding between moss-covered boulders, arranged as if by an ancient, forgotten hand. The air chilled as I descended, carrying a scent of minerals and time, like wet stone and ancient whispers. Through the trees, mist rose from a narrow river valley below, its deep, resonant song captivating me. Turning a bend, the trees parted to reveal a sight that held me in wonder. Below, an enigmatic river flowed. Its waters were clear yet dark, moving slowly against the land's natural slope. Mist coiled lazily above the surface, forming shapes that seemed deliberate before dissolving. The river seemed to materialize from nowhere and vanish just as mysteriously, a forest secret kept for centuries. Without thought, I descended the steep bank to the water's edge. The rocks, cloaked in soft moss, absorbed all sound, enveloping me in silence, broken only by the river's deep song. Near the water, I noticed an oddity, an opening in the rock wall where the river emerged, partially veiled by water and mist. The cave mouth, tall enough to walk through comfortably, pulsed with a subtle rhythm, as if a sleeping giant breathed within. Standing there, a profound awareness enveloped me, not fear but a sense of ancient significance. The air crackled with potential, akin to the calm before a storm. The water at my feet was neither warm nor cold, but a blend of both and neither. A faint sound emanated from the cave, resembling distant music, a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. As evening approached, small lights appeared in the growing dusk, their movements deliberate and purposeful. They danced around the cave's entrance in shifting hues between silver and blue, defying focus. Time lost meaning. Evening neared, but I couldn't gauge how long I'd lingered by the river. The lights multiplied, forming patterns like a luminescent language. They beckoned me to follow, swirling in intricate designs. Stepping closer, I sensed a certainty that I could cross the water without getting wet. The river's surface appeared solid where the lights danced, creating stepping stones of pure light. Another step brought me to the edge, feeling the cave's warm and cool breath on my face, carrying scents of minerals, age, and something sweeter. The light's dance intensified, their movements hinting at stories intertwined like ancient roots. Balanced between the known and unknown, a choice emerged. The cave's entrance promised answers to unspoken questions. The lights swirled urgently, conveying meaning through their pulses and patterns. I understood their silent story, feeling a profound recognition. Lifting my foot to the first glowing stone, the lights paused, waiting. The cave's breath embraced me, the river's song resonating in my bones. Whatever lay beyond waited for me, perhaps longer than my years. As daylight waned above, I stood between worlds, the lights weaving their eternal tale, the cave breathing its ancient rhythm. Whether I took that step or turned back, knowing this place existed transformed me. The line between possible and impossible blurred like mist around my feet, altering my perception of the world. The story beyond the cave's entrance remains untold, preserved in the light's dance and the river's whispers. On quiet nights, rain falling softly, I catch echoes of otherworldly music, beckoning me back to where reality fades and magic flows through the hidden places of the world. Story 36. As the rain softly tapped against my window on that autumn evening, it created a soothing melody that enveloped me in tranquility. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast gentle shadows upon the pages of my leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences that had captivated my attention in recent weeks. The scratch of my fountain pen against the paper provided a calming accompaniment to the natural symphony outside. It all began on a misty evening much like this one, when the distinct sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones reached my ears. In this historic neighborhood, such sounds were not entirely uncommon, with the old roads preserving their original stonework and horse-drawn carriages occasionally passing by, carrying curious visitors seeking a glimpse of the past. However, this particular sound held a unique quality. What struck me first was its unwavering consistency. The clip-clop of hooves and the steady turning of wheels maintained a perfect rhythm, never faltering, never altering its pace. Setting down my teacup, I was drawn to the window by the hypnotic regularity of the sound. Through the sheer curtains, I discerned the silhouette of an elegant carriage, its dark form barely visible in the ethereal mist cloaking the street. The vehicle moved with an almost mechanical precision, its wheels revolving at an exact rate, the horse's hooves striking the cobblestones in flawless synchrony. Despite the absence of a visible driver atop the coach, it maintained its course with unwavering resolve. The windows remained opaque, offering no glimpse of any occupants within, and the entire carriage appeared to be cloaked in a mysterious, light-absorbing material. On that first night, I observed it passing my house 3 times, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself timing the intervals, captivated by the mathematical precision of its appearances. The carriage neither slowed nor halted, never straying from its path. With the passage of weeks, the carriage became a regular visitor to our street. Every evening, as the sun descended below the horizon and the first stars emerged in the darkening sky, the familiar sound would echo through the neighborhood. The local cats would pause in their nocturnal pursuits, frozen in stillness as the carriage glided past. Even the birds fell silent, creating a moment of quiet anticipation in its wake. Other residents began to take notice as well. Mrs. Henderson, residing 3 houses down, claimed to have glimpsed it passing her bedroom window precisely at 3:17 a.m., its wheel sounds echoing from the depths of her dreams. The children in the neighborhood devised a game, counting the seconds between the carriage's appearances, though their parents gently discouraged them from staying out late to watch for it. I found myself increasingly absorbed in the enigma. My journal overflowed with meticulous observations. The exact hue of the carriage's exterior, somewhere between midnight blue and the color of a crow's wing, the peculiar dimming of streetlights as it passed beneath them, the faint fragrance of lilacs and wood smoke trailing in its path. One foggy evening, I resolved to follow it. Clad in a cozy coat, I stepped onto the wet cobblestones just as the familiar sound approached. The streets glistened with moisture, and my footsteps created soft splashes as I hastened after the carriage. It maintained its steady rhythm, seemingly oblivious to my pursuit, neither hastening nor slowing its pace. I trailed it through winding alleys and past slumbering houses, my breath forming small clouds in the crisp night air. The fog thickened around us, obscuring everything except the dark shape ahead and the path directly beneath my feet. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting like taffy pulled by unseen hands. I lost track of how long I walked, following that unchanging beat of hooves and wheels. At some indeterminate point, I realized the surroundings no longer appeared familiar. The houses bore an ancient air, their architecture subtly diverging from what I knew. The streetlights emitted a peculiar bluish radiance that failed to reach the ground, and the fog assumed an almost iridescent quality. Yet the carriage persisted in its relentless advance, and I continued to follow. The wheel sounds shifted, assuming a melodic essence. If I listened intently, I could almost discern a hidden tune within the rhythm, something age-old and wistful, akin to a half-remembered lullaby. The scent of lilacs intensified, mingling with other, unfamiliar aromas reminiscent of dried flowers in antique books and the musty sweetness of attic chests laden with forgotten relics. I might have pursued it endlessly, ensnared in that dreamlike state, had I not stumbled upon an uneven cobblestone. The brief disruption in my stride seemed to fracture something intangible, and when I raised my gaze once more, the carriage had vanished. The fog began to dissipate, revealing my own street, my own home mere yards away. The nearby church tower tolled midnight, its resonant chimes piercing the now quiet atmosphere. That night, I returned to my journal, appending another entry to my burgeoning collection of observations. As I wrote, I noticed a small object on my desk that had eluded my notice, a solitary, perfectly preserved lilac blossom, its petals a surreal shade of purple-black that seemed to shift and dance in the lamplight. Even now, months later, the carriage continues its nightly rounds. I have grown accustomed to its presence, finding a peculiar solace in its unvarying routine. Occasionally, on sleepless nights, I sit by my window and witness its passage, measuring the seconds between its appearances and pondering its destination. Various theories have occupied my thoughts. Perhaps it is a vestige of a bygone era, ensnared in an eternal loop akin to a needle stuck in a record's groove. Or it could serve a purpose beyond our comprehension, upholding some delicate equilibrium in the tapestry of reality through its ceaseless motion. I have even entertained the notion that it awaits something, or someone. The lilac blossom rests in a diminutive glass vial on my desk, seemingly unaffected by the passage of time. It has not withered or paled, and at times in the dead of night I swear I detect a faint hum emanating from it, echoing that half-remembered melody from the carriage wheels. This very evening, as I pen these words, the rain maintains its gentle rhythm against my window, and I anticipate the familiar sound of wheels on cobblestones that will soon reach my ears. A fragment of me wonders what might unfold should I choose to trail the carriage once more, allowing myself to be swept along by its cadence until we arrive at whatever endpoint marks its interminable journey. Yet, for now, I merely listen to the nearing hoofbeats and wheel sounds, feeling the gentle tug of slumber at the fringes of my awareness. The carriage persists in its eternal circuit, wheels revolving, horses stepping in flawless unison, transporting its enigmatic cargo through the mist-shrouded avenues of a realm straddling the borders of reality and dreams. Story 37. The ancient house took on a different air once twilight descended. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the fading amber hues of daylight vanish from the heavens, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across the aged wooden floors. Raindrops tapped a soothing melody against the window panes, harmonizing with the gentle crackle of the fireplace. Inheriting this house 3 moons past, I found solace in its well-worn charm by day, yet by night, an enigmatic quality enveloped the space, a quality that eluded explanation. The atmosphere thickened, burdened by the weight of darkness itself. The fragrance of ancient tomes and cedar wood saturated every nook, intermingling with the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil wafting through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock nestled in the corner, its rhythmic ticking a steadfast companion through the passing hours. The brass pendulum swung back and forth hypnotically, casting shimmering reflections upon the dimly lit walls. As weariness crept upon me, a peculiar sight caught my eye across the room. Something peculiar about the window stole my attention, a detail unnoticed during previous nights spent within these walls. The raindrops streaking the glass painted an unusual pattern, flowing sideways rather than descending. I blinked, unsure if my fatigued mind played tricks on me. The fire's warm glow lent the window a liquid appearance, rippling in a manner that defied the nature of glass itself. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window with cautious steps, my feet muffled by sock-clad silence on the floorboards. Closer inspection revealed subtle anomalies. The frame, once assumed to be crafted from dark wood, shimmered with an iridescent sheen akin to moonlit mother-of-pearl. The glass felt peculiar under my touch, neither warm nor cold, but somehow both simultaneously. Peering through the pane, the outside world appeared distorted. Instead of the overgrown garden with its labyrinthine rose bushes and meandering stone pathway, a gentle mist pulsated with an inner light, obscuring any familiar sights. Shapes undulated within the haze, too fluid to be corporeal, yet too defined to be mere shadows. They pirouetted and swirled in intricate patterns reminiscent of half-remembered dreams. The clock struck 9, its resonant chime filling the room. Each note reverberated through the peculiar mist beyond the window, causing the ethereal figures within to momentarily pause their enigmatic dance. The rain's whisper intensified, now carrying faint murmurs, not ominous, but soothing, akin to leaves rustling in a summer zephyr. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection in the glass waned as I fixated on the mysteries unfolding beyond the pane. The mist began to thin in patches, revealing glimpses of what appeared to be another room, yet a room that defied logic, suspended outside the second-story window. Elegant furniture fragments, levitating books, and an identical window facing back at me, teased from the other side. The whispers grew more distinct, though their meaning remained elusive. They bore the familiar warmth of beloved voices, akin to old friends conversing just beyond earshot. The rain's scent evolved into a complex blend, whispers of vanilla, aged parchment, and an indescribably sweet floral essence. An ethereal energy suffused the air around the window, humming gently like the reverberations of a distant bell. Time seemed to meander as I sat there, the clock's ticking slowing to a languid pace, each second unfolding like honey drizzling from a spoon. The mist's undulating shapes wove narratives of bygone nights, previous observers, and enigmatic windows. I glimpsed individuals who might have occupied my current seat, their expressions tranquil and inquisitive, their hands reaching out to touch the glass as mine did now. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that danced across the window's surface, within which elegant script materialized and dissipated, forming words in unfamiliar tongues that I inexplicably comprehended. They spoke of thresholds, hidden doorways, and spaces existing within reality's folds. Heavy-lidded, I fought to remain awake, fearful of missing the next revelation in that enigmatic vista. The mist continued its slow ballet, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing glimpses of the impossible room beyond. At times I fancied detecting movements, a flutter of curtains, shifting shadows, perhaps even the silhouette of a figure seated in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers had transformed into a lulling melody, intertwining with the rain's cadence in a harmonious chorus. They seemed to divulge secrets, hidden realms, and worlds lying just beyond the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting between consciousness and slumber, between this chamber and that distant place, my eyelids finally succumbed to weariness. In that fleeting moment before surrendering to sleep, a soft click echoed, a sound resembling the unlocking of a door, followed by a faint creak of hinges. The final sensation I recall was a cool breeze carrying the essence of ancient books and boundless possibilities. With the dawn's arrival, I found myself nestled once more in my grandfather's chair, a forgotten blanket draped over me. The window appeared ordinary, offering a view of the rain-drenched garden outside. Yet upon the window seat lay a solitary sheet of paper, its edges curled, adorned with ever-shifting elegant script that defied direct scrutiny. Despite my efforts, the words eluded comprehension. Sometimes in the dead of night, when rain cascades gently and shadows align flawlessly, I sense a fleeting understanding. Since that eventful morning, I have lingered by that window each evening, an eager observer. The mist occasionally materializes, sometimes remaining elusive. The otherworldly chamber flickers into view intermittently, revealing cryptic shadows. Yet always, the whispers persist, interwoven with the gentle rain, promising revelations yet to unfold. And on occasion, when the grandfather clock tolls 9 and the fire dwindles, I ponder whether an unseen observer in that distant room gazes back, pen poised to inscribe tales of a window peering into our realm. Story 38. In the hushed embrace of an autumn night, the gentle tap-tap-tap of rain against my window whispered a soothing melody, a familiar lullaby that had woven itself into the fabric of my evenings. Nestled in my grandmother's beloved reading chair, cocooned in the warmth of her hand-knitted blanket, I observed the dance of raindrops as they painted elegant trails down the glass canvas. The essence of my grandmother lingered in every nook and cranny of the centuries-old house she had bequeathed to me, a silent presence that whispered through the shadows and caressed the worn wooden floors, polished by the passage of time. A soft golden glow from my reading lamp bathed the room in a cozy embrace, casting dancing shadows that played across the floorboards like memories resurrected from the depths of time. The faint aroma of chamomile tea wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of old books that lined the walls like silent sentinels of knowledge. The grandfather clock in the hallway kept steady time, its rhythmic ticking a heartbeat that reverberated through the quiet expanse of the house, a gentle reminder of the continuum of existence. As the evening melted into the velvety embrace of night, my gaze was drawn to the window opposite my chair, a silent observer of the world beyond. The rain cascading down its surface seemed to defy gravity, a curious anomaly that piqued my curiosity. Initially dismissing it as a trick of the light, I found myself captivated by the peculiar motion of the raindrops, as if they were flowing upwards instead of down, as if time itself had taken a different course outside that window. The glass pane rippled like a liquid mirror, distorting the reality beyond in subtle, mesmerizing ways. Modern structures across the street dissolved into a dreamscape of rolling fields bathed in an otherworldly glow, a scene from a time forgotten. The transition was seamless, imperceptible, as the rain's soft cadence continued its serenade in the background, a constant companion to the unfolding mystery. A warm summer evening unfurled beyond the looking glass, a tableau from a bygone era that shimmered with a spectral light. Compelled by an invisible force, I rose from the comfort of my chair, the floorboards whispering beneath my feet like ancient voices awakening. A peculiar warmth radiated from the window, an ethereal energy that hummed with a resonance akin to a forgotten melody, a distant echo of life's symphony. Figures moved in the distance, their forms blurred and indistinct, like watercolor paintings brought to life by an unseen hand. They danced and reveled in a celebration lost to time, their movements graceful and ethereal, accompanied by a music that whispered on the edge of perception. Amidst the throng, a young woman emerged, her features a reflection of my grandmother in her youth, a haunting echo of the past. The scene shifted and morphed like a dream in motion, revealing snippets of a reality long gone yet preserved in the fabric of the old house. Details emerged that bridged the chasm between past and present, anchoring me in a liminal space where memories intertwined with the present moment. A scent of lilacs, my grandmother's favorite flower, wafted through the air, a ghostly fragrance that defied logic yet tugged at the strings of my heart. As the young woman turned towards me, a connection beyond time and space unfurled, a silent dialogue that transcended the barriers of existence. With trembling fingers, I reached out to touch the rippling glass, a gesture mirrored by the woman on the other side, our hands separated by the veil of reality, yet united in a shared moment of understanding. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, its chimes reverberating through the house like a clarion call, each note a proclamation of the passage of time. With each toll, the spectral figures beyond the window began to fade, their movements slowing to a languid waltz before dissolving into the darkness of the night. The young woman's visage lingered, her smile a beacon of warmth and wisdom that resonated with the essence of my grandmother in her twilight days. As the last echo of the clock's toll faded into silence, the window returned to its mundane reality, the rain painting patterns on the glass with delicate precision. Yet a subtle shimmer clung to the surface, a whisper of the magic that had unfolded in that ephemeral moment of connection. The scent of lilacs lingered in the air, a bittersweet reminder of the ephemeral nature of time and memory. Retreating to the embrace of my grandmother's blanket, I allowed the symphony of rain to lull me into a realm between wakefulness and slumber, where reality blurred and dreams took flight. The house, once a mere structure of brick and mortar, now pulsated with a timeless energy, each creak of the floorboards a ghostly echo of footsteps long faded into the annals of history. I ceased my quest for explanations, embracing instead the enigmatic tapestry of moments that unfolded in the quiet interstices of time. The windows of the old house stood as silent sentinels, gateways to realms beyond the tangible, repositories of stories whispered through the ages. In the soft cadence of the rain, I found solace in the mystery that enveloped me, a mystery that transcended the boundaries of the known and ventured into the uncharted territories of the soul. Through the looking glass of memory, I glimpsed fleeting visions of times long past, echoes of a reality intertwined with the present moment. In the dance of raindrops and the play of shadows, I discovered a profound truth, that some windows do not merely frame the world outside, but offer glimpses into the elusive tapestry of time itself. And so, on nights shrouded in the gentle embrace of rain, I sit by that window, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of memories that ripple through the glass, a guardian of stories untold and mysteries yet to unfold. Story 39. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stone created a soothing melody, a natural lullaby as evening approached. Standing before the ancient church, its spire stretching towards the mist-shrouded clouds, I found myself amidst a dance of fallen leaves, swirling gracefully around my feet. The air carried the earthy fragrance of wet soil and aging wood, tinged with a sense of something older, something whispering of forgotten prayers and silent chimes. Unintentionally, I stumbled upon this haven. Lost in thought during my evening stroll, the rain altered my path, guiding me to this sacred sanctuary that seemed to exist beyond the constraints of time. The church's weathered exterior bore the marks of countless seasons, adorned with a soft mossy veil that glowed faintly in the deepening twilight. The heavy wooden door yielded effortlessly to my touch, emitting a melodic sigh from its ancient hinges that resonated through the empty nave. The rain's sound transformed into a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound silence within. Stained glass windows, their hues softened by the fading light, cast muted pools of amber and violet on the worn stone floor. Each step I took echoed softly against the centuries-old flagstones, the air enveloping me in a crystalline stillness, as if time itself had been suspended in amber. Rows of polished wooden pews stretched out before me, witnesses to generations of devotion, their surfaces bearing the imprints of countless hands and prayers. The scent of aged wood and stone mingled with hints of extinguished candles, creating an atmosphere imbued with ancient reverence. Venturing further into the church, I noticed intricate carvings adorning the walls and columns, figures and faces that seemed to shift and transform, their expressions oscillating between serenity and enigmatic allure. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in its brass holder, its flame casting purposeful shadows on the ancient stones. I couldn't recall seeing anyone else in the church, yet the dancing shadows seemed to beckon me towards a small, inconspicuous wooden door nestled in the wall. Opening the door revealed a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, its steps worn from the passage of countless souls. As I climbed, the rain's rhythm grew stronger, morphing into a melodic symphony that resonated through the cool air, carrying hints of a sweet, ancient aroma I couldn't quite place. The staircase led me to a small chamber in the bell tower, bathed in moonlight, filtering through narrow windows despite the lingering rain clouds. In a corner stood an old wooden desk, adorned with leather-bound books and faded papers. The pages, filled with handwritten text in fading ink, eluded comprehension, no matter how intently I tried to decipher them. Approaching the desk, delicate chimes filled the air, not the thunderous tolling of church bells, but a serene tinkling akin to wind chimes on a gentle breeze. The great bell above remained motionless, its bronze surface reflecting the enigmatic moonlight. The ethereal chimes seemed to emanate from all directions, infusing the chamber with a profound tranquility. Time lost its grip within those walls, and I found myself seated in an ancient wooden chair, enveloped in the slow dance of shadows and moonlight across the floor. The phantom bells intertwined with the rain's cadence, weaving a melody that spoke of age-old mysteries and forgotten dreams. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye. The flutter of robes, the passage of shadows with a substance beyond the tangible. The papers on the desk rustled without a breeze, revealing fragments of sentences hinting at time's fluidity, moments existing beyond conventional hours, and prayers echoing endlessly through reality's chambers. My watch, frozen at midnight, defied the timeless darkness outside the windows, where raindrops fell in lingering patterns, shaping transient forms in the air. The chamber exuded absolute peace, brimming with silent energy. Shadows held secrets, silences murmured unspoken truths. The boundary between wakefulness and dreams blurred gently, fostering a profound understanding rather than confusion. The very air pulsated with ancient wisdom, eager to share its enigmatic tales with patient listeners. At times, moonlight revealed elegant script on the stone walls, transient writings hinting at the stories of past visitors who had stumbled upon this mysterious place through the ages. Each tale added a layer to the tapestry of intrigue woven within the church's walls. Lost in the chamber's timeless embrace, I relinquished all sense of urgency to embrace a serene acceptance. Descending the spiral staircase, I found the single candle still burning steadfastly by the altar, illuminating the nave in a soft pre-dawn glow that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. The echoing of my footsteps held a newfound familiarity, as if the stones themselves recognized me from my vigil above. Stepping outside, I glanced back at the church, catching a glimpse of ancient faces in the windows, benevolent gazes that conveyed knowing smiles before dissipating like morning dew in sunlight. Despite my attempts to revisit the church, the elusive path always slipped from my grasp. Yet on quiet, rainy evenings, distant silver bells would echo on the wind, reminding me that somewhere, in its own temporal enclave, the forgotten church stood. Its mysteries endured, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the gentle cadence of rainfall and the whispered secrets of ancient stones. Story 40. In the hush of a misty autumn evening, a secret unfolded beneath the ancient forest canopy. As I wandered through the quiet woods, a tapestry of fallen leaves cradled my steps, whispering tales of seasons past. The fading light painted the world in hues of amber and gray, revealing a sight that defied the ordinary. Before me, a grand oak tree stood, its roots defying gravity in a graceful dance above the forest floor. Thick as my arm and cloaked in velvety moss, these roots wove intricate patterns in the air, like delicate lace spun by nature's hand. Each twist and curve told a silent story, a mystery suspended between earth and sky. Drawn by curiosity, I approached, the leaves beneath my boots rustling softly. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and woodland musk. When I reached out to touch a root, it welcomed me with a warmth that belied the evening chill, as if holding a memory of the day's sun. Venturing deeper into the forest, I encountered more trees with suspended roots, forming archways and corridors that defied the laws of time and space. Light filtered through these living sculptures, casting shadows that danced like water on the forest floor. The woods began to sing a wordless lullaby, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and a gentle hum that seemed to emanate from the roots themselves. A clearing revealed a natural cathedral, where roots intertwined in a sacred embrace. Luminescent mushrooms cast a mystical glow, the air heavy with stillness. The roots swayed, moved by unseen hands, as if conducting a silent symphony of the forest. Time slipped away as I sat beneath this living canopy, the forest's whispers growing clearer, yet more distant, like echoes of a dream. In the fading light, I noticed tiny white flowers blooming in the shadows of the suspended roots, following their patterns with delicate precision. As night descended, luminescent mushrooms glowed brighter, casting a soft light that revealed a wondrous sight. Droplets of water defied gravity, ascending along the roots like stars in the night sky. The darkness brought new revelations. The roots shimmered like mirages, offering glimpses of a world beyond. Figures moved in the shadows, elusive and curious, as if guardians of this hidden realm. Beneath the moon's gentle gaze, the roots wove stories in shadow and light, their ancient language speaking to a part of me that understood without words. The constant hum became a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the roots and into my soul. When the time came to depart, the forest whispered directions, guiding me on a path illuminated by the gentle glow of mushrooms. The roots had changed me, leaving an imprint of connection and wonder that lingered long after I left their embrace. In the days that followed, I returned to the forest, seeking the elusive clearing where magic danced among the roots. Though the landscape shifted, the roots remained, a reminder of the mysteries that dwell within nature's embrace. The familiar hum echoed in my ears, a melody of the forest's secrets. In quiet moments, I heard it, a reminder of the magic that still lingers in the world, where wonder and mystery intertwine like vines in a timeless dance. And in the depths of night, I dreamed of the clearing, of shadows that whispered secrets and roots that defied gravity with grace. These dreams held fleeting truths, ephemeral yet profound, a glimpse of the beauty that thrives in the unseen spaces of our world. Story 41. In the soft flickering glow of candlelight, the antique shop exuded an aura of mystery. The rain outside tapped a gentle rhythm on the Victorian windows, creating a lulling melody that filled the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn to this enigmatic establishment, where the scent of aged books and polished wood enveloped me in warmth. Among the eclectic array of curiosities, a portrait in a shadowed alcove captured my attention. The young woman depicted in deep blue attire possessed a captivating beauty, her features skillfully brought to life by the artist's hand. Her porcelain-like skin seemed to shimmer in the candlelight, while her dark hair merged seamlessly with the shadows behind her. Yet it was her eyes, deep amber pools with an uncanny depth, that held me spellbound. They seemed to possess a liquid quality, as if infused with a forgotten magic that made them come alive. The shopkeeper, a wise gentleman with silver hair and spectacles, noticed my fascination with the portrait. His voice, like a soothing lullaby, hinted at hidden tales. "That portrait holds a mysterious past," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Painted by an artist who vanished after completing it. Legend has it he sought a special blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence in those eyes." Intrigued, I found myself returning to the shop day after day, drawn by an inexplicable pull towards the portrait. Each visit unveiled new intricacies. The way her dress draped elegantly, the intricate details of her clasped hands, the ever-changing smile that seemed to shift with every glance. The shopkeeper shared morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more captivating than the last. On a particularly hushed evening, rain tracing patterns on the window panes, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not overtly, but with a subtle shift in the depths of amber, like gentle ripples on a pond. The flickering candlelight revealed fleeting glimmers within her gaze, elusive and mesmerizing. The shopkeeper stood beside me, his voice barely a whisper. They say the artist strived to capture true life in his art. He delved into ancient methods, experimented with exotic materials. Some believe he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left untouched. As weeks passed, subtle changes manifested in the portrait. Her expression varied from contemplative to sorrowful, each shift so delicate that I questioned their reality. Were they figments of my imagination, fueled by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike ambience of the candlelit store? One dusk, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in darkness, the candles extinguished, and the shopkeeper absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and in that fleeting moment, the woman's eyes blinked. A sense of wonder, not fear, stirred within me. The rain symphony continued outside as I drew nearer to the painting. Her eyes, now undeniably altered, exuded warmth and awareness beyond mere paint on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost perceive her gentle breath, a lifelike rhythm in the stillness. The shopkeeper's voice, soft as snowfall, drifted from behind me. "She reveals herself to those who truly appreciate her beauty," he whispered. The artist didn't just capture her likeness. He tapped into something deeper, something that transcends the boundaries of art and reality. Though I never purchased the portrait, I frequented the shop, often spending hours in the cozy armchair near the alcove, engrossed in books by the flickering candlelight, while the woman in the painting observed with her living eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we'd share serene silence, interrupted only by the rustle of pages and the patter of rain. Years have flowed since those days, and I've pondered whether it was all a dream. The shifting expressions, the liquid gaze, the surreal presence of beauty and impossibility. Yet on quiet nights when rain whispers against my window, memories of the candlelit shop and the breathing portrait resurface. In that twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, I can still sense her gaze, gentle and alluring, trailing through the darkness. They say the portrait lingers in the shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the magic within those amber eyes. Some claim to witness her smile transform or catch glimpses of movement within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in the painting's animation, but in those tranquil instants when we embrace the fantastical, suspended in a liminal space where art and reality blend like watercolors in the rain. Story 42. The gentle patter of rain on the window pane created a soothing lullaby as I found myself enveloped in my grandmother's ancient study. The room was a sanctuary of aged leather-bound books and the comforting scent of cedar wood. The autumn night had descended early, shrouding the house in a gentle cloak of darkness, pierced only by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was my grandmother's weathered journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time, holding within them a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the night and the twinkling starlight above. My grandmother had departed this world 3 moons ago, leaving behind this abode by the tranquil lake, along with all its enigmatic secrets. Amid her belongings, this particular journal stood out, filled with her graceful script, unraveling extraordinary truths about the vast lake that extended beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by how the water seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even on the clearest of nights. The rain continued its gentle serenade as I delved into her words penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories within its depths, but not in the way one might expect. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed them descend, one by one, their luminance waning as they sink into the abyssal waters. A soft creak echoed from the floorboards, disrupting the hushed ambience of the house. In the stillness, every sound carried significance. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway tolled the hour with its deep, resonant chimes. 9 sonorous bells, each note echoing through the vacant rooms, drawing me deeper into the ethereal essence of my grandmother's writings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time a star descended into the lake, I doubted my own eyes. It appeared as a rift in the fabric of the night sky, a gentle descent rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It kissed the water's surface with a mere whisper of a ripple, then sank leisurely, its radiance fading until it vanished. Outside, the rain dwindled, shifting from a steady drumming to a soft murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of obsidian extending to the horizon. The parting clouds revealed patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's surface. It remained an impenetrable void, absorbing the scarce light that reached it. My grandmother's prose grew more intricate. I've begun cataloging them, the descending stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern it. They fall most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the veil between our realm and the unknown thins. The lake doesn't merely amass them, it somehow preserves them within its lightless depths. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I wrapped my sweater tighter around me, sensing a chill that seemed beyond natural. The journal continued. As they sink, a sound emerges, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wet finger gliding along a wine glass. Each star possesses its unique tone, its own ballad. On serene nights, I swear I can hear them harmonizing from beneath the surface. The sky had cleared entirely now, revealing a tapestry of stars. Yet as I gazed at the lake, its surface remained a profound void. Drawing closer to the window, I noticed an anomaly. The stars above the lake flickered differently than those over the surrounding forest. They pulsed with a mesmerizing rhythm. My grandmother's subsequent entry seized my breath. I've begun comprehending why the stars gravitate to this lake. It's no coincidence. They are drawn here, beckoned by an enigma in the depths. The lake is not merely a collector. It is a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of faded light. The true query is, what transpires once their light is absorbed? Rising from my reading nook, I ambled toward the French doors leading to the back veranda. The wooden planks murmured beneath my footsteps as I ventured outside, urged by an inexplicable pull toward the lake. The air was crisp and laden with the fragrance of damp earth and pine. In the distance, an owl's soft call resonated, its voice mingling with the nocturnal symphony. The journal's pages rustled in my grip as a gentle zephyr caressed my skin. My grandmother's prose had escalated in urgency in the latter entries. Beneath the surface, I've discerned shapes, not reflections, but entities of a different nature. They glide akin to schools of fish, emitting a faint, starlit glow. Whatever the lake orchestrates with the captured light, it births something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. In response to her words, a subtle metamorphosis rippled across the lake's surface. The ebony veil shifted, unveiling hues of deep azure and royal purple, akin to oil on water. And then it manifested, a star descending with such grace that it seemed to hover, descending from the heavens toward the lake. It moved deliberately, as if guided rather than plummeting. The star caressed the water, creating the faintest ripple, and I heard it, the crystal clear note my grandmother had depicted, pristine and poignant. The sound reverberated with a resonance that stirred a forgotten wellspring within me, evoking memories I hadn't realized I possessed. As the star's luminance dimmed beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights by this lake. More stars began their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface undulated with understated motions, patterns of light and shadow that seemed to waltz beneath the surface. It was a spectacle both beautiful and melancholic, akin to witnessing the embers of a dying fire slowly wane. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that encapsulated this instant flawlessly. The lake does not extinguish starlight, it metamorphoses it. Every fallen star integrates into something grander, a compendium of celestial recollections safeguarded by the lake. At times I fancy I can perceive them murmuring their narratives, tales of cosmic odysseys and ancient luminescence, now enshrined in these somber waters. Standing on the porch, witnessing the celestial ballet of falling stars, I finally grasped why my grandmother had chosen to dwell beside this lake. It was more than a mere body of water. It was a reservoir of light, a custodian of stellar enigmas, a realm where the boundary between terra firma and the heavens blurred. The night deepened, and more stars continued their graceful descent into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the form of that crystalline melody, composing a nocturnal symphony that bridged the chasm between the mundane and the miraculous. Standing there amidst this extraordinary exhibition, I felt a profound tranquility envelop me. My grandmother's closing words in the journal now held perfect clarity. The lake of faded stars is not a conclusion, it is a commencement. Each light it gathers becomes a fragment of an eternal dance, a tribute to the ceaseless cycle of metamorphosis. To behold it is to comprehend that naught truly ceases. It merely evolves, finding novel avenues to radiate in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle cascade that seemed to bind the sky and the lake in a shimmering veil. I lingered on the porch, clasping my grandmother's journal tight, observing as more stars embarked on their leisurely descent into the awaiting waters. Each carried its individual saga, its unique radiance uniting with myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night unfurled and the stellar waltz endured, I acknowledged that I had inherited more than a lakeside estate. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the next beholder of this eternal cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as though acknowledging this unspoken accord, while above, the night sky perpetuated its timeless spectacle, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters beneath. Story 43. The soft cadence of waves caressing weathered stone enveloped my senses as I strolled along the meandering path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried the tang of salt and seaweed, mingling harmoniously with the earthy fragrance of damp soil from earlier rain. Each step I took was a gentle whisper on the dewy ground, harmonizing with the rustle of tall grass swaying in the coastal wind. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its whitewashed facade taking on an otherworldly aura in the waning twilight. Delicate peeling paint unveiled layers of bygone tales beneath its surface. As the assistant lighthouse keeper, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life. Yet tonight, an unfamiliar air hung about it. The customary warm golden beam that should have swept over the waters was conspicuously absent, though the lantern room atop the tower emitted a soft glow. The iron key felt icy in my palm as I unlocked the massive wooden door. With a low, resonant creak, the door swung open, its sound reverberating through the circular chamber. An amalgamation of brass and mineral oil scents greeted me, accompanied by an elusive fragrance, reminiscent of ancient books and withered flowers. My footfalls echoed softly on the stone floor as I commenced my ascent up the spiral staircase. 142 steps. Although a familiar climb, each step now seemed to murmur beneath my weight. The usual lighthouse sounds, the rhythmic tick of the clockwork mechanism, the gentle hum of wind through ventilation shafts, appeared subdued as if veiled by a dense fog. The brass handrail felt unusually warm to my touch, contrasting the cool evening air. Progressing higher, I discerned peculiar details that seemed out of place. Faint markings on the walls, resembling script, puzzled me momentarily until they dissolved into natural stone patterns upon closer inspection. Upon reaching the watchroom just below the lantern room, I noticed the logbook ajar on the desk, despite vividly recalling closing it earlier. The pages fluttered faintly, untouched by any breeze. The final entry, inscribed in what seemed to be my handwriting, detailed a peculiar occurrence. Light radiates but reveals naught, piercing through fog as if naught exists. A chill crept over me as I ascended the last few steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens sparkled magnificently, its crystalline prisms capturing and refracting lamplight. The mechanism turned steadily, yet peering through the glass panes, I observed no beam slicing through the encroaching darkness. It was as though the light dissipated mere feet from its source. Drawing closer to the windows, I pressed my palm against the cool glass. The sea below lay eerily tranquil, akin to black satin. No stars mirrored on the water, despite the clear night sky above. The horizon vanished entirely, merging sea and sky into an absolute darkness, pulsating with an enigmatic vitality. The enigmatic logbook entry lingered in my thoughts. Having tended this lighthouse for years, familiar with its every idiosyncrasy, the concept of light vanishing into oblivion contradicted my understanding of the natural order. Yet there I stood, witnessing this phenomenon firsthand. A soft scraping sound diverted my attention to a corner of the room. The maintenance toolbox, which I vividly remembered closing and securing, lay open. Inside, the tools were arranged in an unfamiliar configuration, almost resembling symbols. Upon blinking, they reverted to their normal state, although an unsettling sensation lingered. The lamp's flame flickered unexpectedly, casting dancing shadows on the brass fixtures. I glimpsed my reflection in the glass, its movements slightly asynchronous with mine. A subtle delay, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. When I raised my hand, the reflection mimicked, albeit fractionally delayed. A gentle hum resonated from the lens itself, not the typical mechanical whir of the rotation, but something organic, almost melodic. Akin to a wet finger skimming a crystal glass rim, the sound reverberated deeper, more resonant. The vibration seemed to ripple through the floor, enveloping me in its embrace. The logbook beckoned once more. Turning to it, I noticed additional words materializing on the page, slowly forming as if inscribed by an unseen hand. The darkness does not devour light, it metamorphoses it into the imperceptible. Some entities are destined to remain unseen. Gazing outward again, I discerned dark patches in lieu of the illuminated water. a liquid shadow darker than the surrounding obscurity, undulating against the current, weaving intricate patterns that almost conveyed meaning, a cryptic language inscribed in absence of light. Mesmerized, I observed as the lens's hum intensified, accompanied by a faint pulsating glow from the lamp. The brass fixtures scattered throughout the room refracted light in defiance of physical laws, casting impossible angles and shadows that defied logic. Temporal fluidity pervaded the lantern room. The moon traversed the sky anomalously fast, yet the wall clock indicated only minutes had elapsed. The lens's rotation maintained its steady rhythm, each turn warping the external darkness into enigmatic shapes that confounded my cognition. The warmth of the brass handrail dissipated, replaced by a peculiar sensation, as if touching an entity transcending solid, liquid, or gas states. The very air within the lantern room crackled with potential, akin to the moment preceding a lightning strike, albeit gentler, more inviting. Descending the stairs, each step felt akin to traversing through disparate realities slightly askew. The lighthouse had always held more significance than mere structure to me, but now it seemed to exist within an interstice of realms, its purpose possibly transcending mere navigation aid. The subsequent dawn revealed no trace of the peculiar events in the logbook. The tools lay orderly, and the lens cast its light uneventfully over the waters. Yet on serene nights, I occasionally perceive instances when the light appears to dwindle into obscurity, accompanied by a faint hum. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse isn't just illuminating darkness, but perhaps conversing with it, communicating through a language of light and shadow inscrutable to human comprehension. The enigma of that fateful night endures, shrouded in layers of ambiguity that shift and evolve with each recollection. The lighthouse maintains its nocturnal vigil, and I uphold mine, cognizant that certain enigmas are best left undisturbed, gentle mysteries whose answers linger in the interstice between luminance and shadow, between known and unknown, between seen and unseen. Story 44. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient house in a calming symphony, a gentle percussion that reverberated through the deserted corridors. Inheriting the Victorian mansion from my grandmother just a fortnight ago unveiled a new enigma each passing day, secrets veiled within its weathered nooks. The time-worn floorboards murmured beneath my steps, whispering tales of bygone eras in muted tones. On that particular evening, with the melancholic autumn breeze serenading through the window crevices, my curiosity led me to the narrow staircase spiraling towards the attic. The brass doorknob felt cool to the touch, turning effortlessly as if beckoning my entry into this forsaken realm. The fragrance of aged books and forgotten reminiscences drifted down to welcome me. Ascending the groaning steps, the beam of my flashlight carved gentle pathways through swirling dust particles that shimmered like miniature stars in the dimness. Each step brought me nearer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded throughout her lifetime, each holding a tale waiting to be unveiled. The attic unfurled before me, an expansive sea of silhouettes draped in white shrouds akin to silent phantoms maintaining their eternal vigil. My footfalls were muffled by the thick veil of dust blanketing the wooden floor. The rain persisted in its tranquil serenade on the slanted roof above, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked crates, a sight seized my attention. Nestled in the farthest corner, partially concealed behind an ancient trunk, rested a Victorian rocking chair curiously devoid of dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a rich burgundy hue, and perched atop it sat a porcelain doll unfamiliar to my eyes. Clad in a faded blue silk dress, intricate lace yellowed with age adorned its collar and sleeves. Its visage was exquisitely crafted, with rosy cheeks and delicate painted features capturing a moment of eternal tranquility. Yet, it was the eyes that drew me in. Crafted from painted glass, they held a peculiar depth that seemed to shift in the flickering light of my flashlight. Approaching, the floorboards beneath me groaned softly, their protest echoing in the stillness. The doll sat motionless, hands neatly folded in its lap, as if anticipating a return. A small key protruded from the doll's back, hinting at its musical nature, though I hesitated to wind it in the attic's silence. The atmosphere surrounding the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, somehow denser. My breath materialized in small puffs in the flashlight's beam, contrasting with the attic's lingering warmth. Extending my hand to the doll's porcelain cheek, the sensation beneath my fingertips was not the anticipated cool smoothness, but a gentle warmth pulsating ever so faintly. In that instance, a distant melody, akin to a faraway music box, seemed to drift through the air. The sound was scarcely audible, nearly a figment of my imagination, yet carrying notes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in my youth. Lost in the memory, the rocking chair stirred, ever so subtly, a mere suggestion of movement, enough to quicken my heartbeat. The motion was so slight that had I not been perfectly still, I might have missed it entirely. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a breathless quality. Subsequent to that initial encounter, I found myself frequenting the attic more often. Sometimes I would linger for hours in an adjacent chair, observing the doll in its serene repose. On particularly silent nights, when the house submerged into its deepest hush, the faint melody still lingered at the edge of perception. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting the attic in amber and shadow, I stumbled upon a small diary nestled behind the rocking chair. My grandmother's elegant script filled the pages, but a photograph utilized as a bookmark captured my attention. The image portrayed my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the same rocking chair, cradling what appeared to be the identical doll. Yet, something about the photograph felt peculiar. The doll's posture differed slightly from how I had discovered it, its head tilted at an alternate angle, hands arranged in a different pose. Within the diary, my grandmother chronicled a gift she received on her 8th birthday, a musical doll that played the sweetest lullabies she had ever heard. She narrated how the doll comforted her during thunderstorms, and occasionally, on desolate nights, she swore she heard it sing even without being wounded. The final entry regarding the doll was penned a few days before my grandmother's passing. She inscribed about feeling its presence comforting her in her final days, about how the ancient lullaby drifted through her dreams. The narrative trailed off abruptly, as if she had been interrupted mid-sentence. Presently, during tranquil evenings spent in my grandmother's abode, I am often drawn back to the attic. The doll remains ensconced in its chair, its tranquil countenance unaltered, yet somehow different with each viewing. Occasionally, on the verge of slumber, the familiar lullaby descends from above, a gentle reminiscence of my grandmother's affection, preserved in porcelain and silk, overseeing the house and its recollections. The mystery surrounding the doll remains unsolved, perhaps intentionally so. Some enigmas are better left as gentle ponderings, drifting in the realm between reality and dreams. In those instances when the house embraces its quietest moments, rain taps softly against the windows, and the wind whispers through the passages, solace is found in knowing that somewhere above, in that dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal watch, harboring secrets and memories within its tender, warm embrace. On particularly serene nights, I've grown accustomed to discerning the subtle shift in the air preceding the melody, a gentle alteration in pressure, a slight warming of the atmosphere, as if the house inhales before the lullaby commences. And in those instances, suspended between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother withheld the doll's true nature from others. Some mysteries are meant to be experienced, not elucidated, felt rather than comprehended. Thus, the doll lingers in its attic alcove, neither entirely of this world nor wholly separate from it, a benevolent custodian of familial memories and unspoken tales. Its presence has evolved into a source of solace rather than disquiet, a familiar enigma that infuses the ancient house with a sense of tranquil fascination. Drifting into slumber each night, I envision feeling its benevolent gaze encompassing the house, interweaving dreams and memories in an eternal lullaby echoing softly in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 45. The soft melody of autumn rain tapped gently against the windows of my study, weaving a calming rhythm through the air as I sifted through the aged family papers. The warm embrace of my vintage desk lamp cast a cozy circle of light, leaving the rest of the room draped in gentle shadows. This house had been my grandmother's sanctuary, and after her serene departure, it passed into my care, along with the tapestry of memories woven into its walls. Amidst the yellow documents, my hand stumbled upon a peculiar find, a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover smoothed by the passage of time. No markings adorned its surface, yet upon opening it, I beheld the familiar script of my grandmother. Her meticulous observations filled the pages, detailing the house's upkeep, until I reached an entry that gave me pause. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. The rain continued its tender serenade as I reclined in my chair, pondering her words. Though I had explored the root cellar countless times during my youth, the memory of an extra door eluded me. The leather of my reading chair whispered softly as I shifted, harmonizing with the subtle groans of aged wooden beams echoing somewhere within the house. My bare feet made no sound on the plush carpet as I stood and made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a short hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the light from above. With a smooth turn of the old key, I descended into the cool darkness. The root cellar enveloped me in a tapestry of scents. Earth and stone mingled with the minerals of the foundation, and whispers of bygone apples and potatoes lingered in the air. My flashlight danced across weathered stone walls and ancient shelves, everything appearing just as I remembered, until a peculiar sight caught my eye in the far corner. A subtle difference in the texture of the stones beckoned me closer. Tracing the mortar lines with my fingertips, I discovered a faint depression. With a gentle push, the wall yielded, revealing a staircase that descended into the unknown. The steps, hewn from the same stone as the foundation, bore no signs of age. A strange warmth and a faint, sweet aroma, reminiscent of summer gardens, wafted up from below. While my grandmother's journal alluded to the hidden door, it divulged nothing of the mysteries that lay beyond. The staircase extended an invitation to venture forth, yet there was a soothing perfection in its construction that beckoned me to pause. The beam of my flashlight found no end to the descent, the path curving gracefully out of sight. Seated on the top step, I surrendered to the warmth that enveloped me, the rain's melody fading into a subtle resonance, akin to the distant murmur of wind through seashells. Time seemed to stretch and bend in this ethereal space, each moment lingering like honey trickling from a spoon. As I descended, the quality of light shifted, the flashlight's beam softening and diffusing in the air. Walls adorned with iridescent patterns shimmered, their hues dancing with the change of perspective. The staircase spiraled onward, and though it felt like mere minutes, the descent unfolded effortlessly, like a lullaby for the soul. The sweet fragrance mingled with ancient minerals, and the stones hummed with an unseen energy. Faint echoes of music, whispers, and rustling leaves teased my senses, only to dissolve into the pervasive hum of the space whenever I sought to grasp them. Emerging onto a small landing, I beheld walls inscribed with enigmatic characters, flowing and shifting like ripples on a pond. Another staircase beckoned downward, yet an unspoken understanding urged me to linger. Seated upon the landing, I absorbed the warm currents and gentle vibrations that embraced me, the space neither hostile nor inviting, but simply existing, a natural law unto itself. Upon my return to the cellar, the hidden door closed with a soft click, restoring the room to its prior state. Back in my study, the rain's hushed melody persisted, a constant companion to my thoughts. My grandmother's journal lay open on the desk, and as I moved to close it, a faint inscription caught my eye. Beneath the mention of the hidden door, in barely discernible script, she had penned, "Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our comprehension." I never ventured back to the staircase, yet on tranquil nights, when the house murmured its settling whispers, I swear I catch a whiff of that warm, sweet breeze drifting upwards, carrying with it echoes of almost heard sounds. In those moments, I grasped the essence of my grandmother's wisdom. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a reminder of the enigma that remains unsolved. The staircase stands as a testament to the liminal spaces between knowledge and dreams, between understanding and the depths of our hearts. Perhaps such mysteries find their rightful place in the twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, where questions need no answers, and the unknown enfolds us like a cozy blanket on a rainy autumn eve.